take control. Whoa. Feel the rhythm of our souls. Joy will make me whole. It calls from outer space. Yeah, yeah. When it riding through the storm.
We are gonna have to colonize my wankers.
Or flying to the sun.
Welcome, 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 one and all, to the Hot Sauce Show. It is Saturday, the 23rd of May. There is a veritable heat wave in the UK, as you saw earlier, potentially, if you tuned in. YouTube, the top wanker, exactly. It just, like, the encoding from the stream key, like, never works, and I don't know why. I cut in my eyebrow again, so that I confuse even more old ladies in my local area. What else did I do? I went and got some BDS Diet Coke for 50p from Lidl. Oh, you can't see. It's got a blue label, so you can't see. But yeah. Just, you know, when you want carbonated drinks when it's really hot, and it's like you can't really get, like, you can't get satiated without it. I look well, trying my best, mate. Had some bad blood test results this morning, but trying my best. Don't know what else I can do. Have you been at Scrap, lass? No, not recently. It's called fashion, Dad. Fine, I'll just have to cope, you know. I chugged a liter of orange juice. You're gonna shit yourself. You are 100% gonna shit yourself, Sam. Stop. Like, sorry to say it, but like, you are. That's so much. Oh my god. Okay. Welcome in. It's 3 in the afternoon here. I got some stuff planned for us today. We got some fun stuff to look at. We got some stuff that's going to piss us off. We're going to do a bit of a deep dive into the, hold on, Equality Human Rights Commission, who on the outset sound like they'd be pretty just liberal, wishy-washy, but harmless, but are actually basically the biggest fucking ops for trans folk in existence. And for non-cis, I guess, conforming people as well. I'm gonna unpick some of the stuff that's been happening in the UK this week, and then we're also gonna focus on some documentaries about trans experiences around the world that are much more celebratory. Can I get this? Yeah, I want playlist, please. Hello? No. Yes, that song, please. Welcome in, Sam. It's lovely to see you. Say hi to everyone. We'll start with our usual gaming as well. Adora, thank you so much for the subscription, by the way. Super fucking appreciated. Star, welcome. All the lurkers, thank you so much for being present as well. Super appreciated. Zarf, great to see you. Turf pricks. Hi, Steph. Indeed. Hey, Shy. Hope you're well, my love. Thanks. Are you live? Shy, damn it. Thanks for hanging out for my birthday the other day. That was so much fun. I had a really nice day. A little bit bittersweet because of just everything that's happening, you know. Not knowing if I'll make it to 40, but still, we went for a nice walk on the beach. It's very beautiful. There's a lot of like flat, kind of ugly land here, but I think I see it with new eyes now. Like I see some of the bland Englishness as beautiful in a weird way. Yeah, you're streaming. What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? I had the best time, me too. I was laughing a lot. My parents were like, it was really nice hearing you laugh so much. And I was like, oh, thank you. Slay the Spire. Oh, that's the game you tried to get me into with the like roguelike with cards. It's just not my vibe. I recently downloaded Civ 7, which, as you know, I've streamed before, but Civ 7 had a huge update and it's so much harder. I'm actually going to have to pay attention, basically. Orchestra, thank you so much for the belated happy birthday. Super fucking appreciated. I still need to watch the Life is Strange VOD. Well, I have requested to basically have tomorrow as a different gaming day. I want a little break on Life is Strange. So I feel a little oversaturated with it, and like genuinely, that game has like taken me on a complete emotional roller coaster. The last time we were playing it, I felt a little bit numb, and I'm like, I think I need like a little pause, because I have cried every Sunday for 3-4 months with you guys, and like I just think I want to be there for the emotions. I want to be there for the ups and downs. You know, I sent them an email, Shy, and they didn't send back, but there's no harm in having sent one to them, you know. The worst that they can say is no. I sent like our socials as well, so that they know we're like, it's like, no, seriously, like there will be quite a lot of queer people watching who'd probably be into it, you know. But whatever, they're probably super busy. We'll definitely watch the next episode, yeah. So tomorrow, what I might do, depending on what you folks think, I was doing a voice acted game of Chrono Trigger. I'd have to remind myself what the accents were. I've completely forgotten, but yeah. Gala, welcome out. I'm next to the fens in Cams. Dear God, it's boring terrain. I think you're quite similar to what we're like, but we have a lot of like beautiful, very vast sand dunes and stuff around here that's really fun as well. I still haven't got Sid 7. Now that it's had the update, let me play it for a bit, and if it comes on sale, I'll recommend it. But yeah. Playing Civ 5 for the nostalgia. Civ 5 is beloved. I was a Civ 6 fan more than 5, but 5 has some of the wonders in 5 are really good. With the new update, I kind of need to work out what I want my playstyle to be as well. Basically, Civ 7 was too easy and was critiqued for being very painted by numbers, and they've made some pretty big changes now. But because I've gone back to the game expecting the things that were there that aren't, I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I've sort of lost my way a bit. So it's almost like playing the game again new. I'm actually gonna have to start on easy, because I keep on starting on like medium and hard, which is what I normally play. and I'm like getting completely fucked. The AI is so strong. Exactly, Adora. You have time to catch up on Life is Strange double exposure. Welcome in, Lime, as well. Get cozy. Shemin, I got grocery, but lurk to support lesbian. Thank you, Shemin, my love. It really is an emotional roller coaster. Yes. What's this? Haven. Oh my god, you're so gay, King. I love you so much. Like, you and like my best friend in the whole world, IRL, I've known since I was 10, 11. How old are you in year 8? However old you are. I've known him since then, and he's so like this kind of game, and would always be the woman in the game if it was an option. We'll watch the trailer in a second. I am a little gay, just a little. Oh, I got raided? I got raided? Sans poop sock. What the fuck? No, that's horrible. Oh, thank you. I need to bring that up. Hello, Raiders. Sorry. Let's take a look. Thank you, Luca. There's one thing I can't see the chats don't merge together my side. It makes it like super weird and frustrating. But yeah. Hi, spilled bag of ice and everyone squish. Hi, liberal, LA human smuggling fentanyl. What is this? Hi guys, hi. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream, spilled bag of ice. No one pays attention to the green site. Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't even trigger the like follows and shit. I don't know how to do it. So I'm also on. I'm in like. I think I can say this, but let me just check. So don't go to these places, but I stream on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. For now. You're in exile from Twitch. No, did you get banned? Did you get banned for some bullshit reason or something? Let's watch this. Let's watch this gay thing that a gay person sent over.
Fine.
I was just gonna ask if you could switch off the light.
Oh.
Hello, Hassan's poop sock. What a fucking name. I'm playing a gay run, so the game.
We want.
Our Life is a good visual novel. Ooh.
Probably won't be happy.
What does that mean for us?
That means we're in deep.
12 to... Okay, 12. I've known my best friend since I was 12.
Arrest in progress.
You started it.
You stay away!
Any other takers?
How long do you think this is gonna last?
Nothing is safe, Kay. That's what makes life so exciting.
Who's the voice actress? That's not gay.
Willing to comply with an arrest is an aggravating charge?
That's not gay.
Yes.
Good.
Two lovers give up everything and escape to a lost planet to be together. Glide through a mysterious landscape, escort a fragmented world, and fight against what's trying to tear them apart. Gay people. Try to ruin everything. Watching too much Doctor Who? Fuck. That means someone snitched. Bastards. Someone snitched, the pricks. That's what it means. Right. Okay. Why has that completely stopped? Fuck's sake. I think my computer might melt. I'm just watching myself being like, a chud snitched every damn time. It just isn't in the trailer. Oh, okay. Hold on. It's annoying. The multi-stream thing, like, does not allow me to see all the chats, which is frustrating. But thank you for the raid, my love. Sorry you don't get raid messages or anything. The green site is, I guess, a backup. I think the gay stuff was a fan requested update. That completely tracks. Okay. We're going to look at trans rights soon. Let's start with some gaming. We normally start with Time Guesser, which is a fun way to start, and then I will give you the option to vote soon. Or not vote, sorry, to gamble. We love gambling, but not for Time Guesser. This is really varied. I do decent enough on this, I think. It's only very rarely that I'm, like, completely fucking wrong. $7.42. Lesbian.
Geo
Thank
Luca
you.
wants you to know they love lesbians.
What do you mean 7:42? As in that's what time it is for you? I was just guessing a time. Oh, right. Such a naff joke. Frank Sinatra, that is Japan, right? That's Japanese. Exactly, mate. I agree. Why am I here? Who? Frank who? Frank who? Tokyo? Wait. I mean, it could be. More. Tokyo, 58. I don't know anything about these boring musicians. Hi, Vez. Frank Sinatra is greeted by hundreds of fans at Tokyo International Airport. He performed. Oh, it was 62. Greeted upon an airport. I mean, it was. Yeah, you're right. I was here for part of the Secret Garden stream, and my watch streak is still in jeopardy. What the hell, Twitch? Fuck you, Twitch. Justice for Hunter Biden's bathroom. The sentences you find yourself saying sometimes. Oh, when did a bitch die? Ooh, sorry. I don't know when someone died in connection to... Is that what I think it is? Cursed. Cursed. Challenger. I heard Hunter Biden met Candace Owen and she apologized. Don't be falling for her shit though. Like all those right-wing grifters are an ideological mishmash because it makes them money. Okay, is it Houston is the launch site? I wondered what the plot was. Cape Canaveral in Florida. Oh, I don't know. 1986. Houston is mission control. I think that it launches in Florida. So you probably have to find the actual facility. And hold on. Cape Canaveral, Florida, sister. Big Bird, Sesame Street was also almost on the Challenger. What? What the hell? Wait, what? Excuse me. A right-wing grifter got do you mean that fucking wanker who was like going around shooting people? The chod who was like super racist, fucked around, found out. The actor for Big Bird. Oh my god. How did they have the acronym to become an astronaut? Like, no offense to Big Bird, no shade, but like there just seems to be. I don't see the overlap from the jobs, you know. Where's Cape Canaveral though? Okay. Cape Canaveral. Says this bitch. That's the site that they come from. I'm holding my breath. Apparently gambling app could pay the bond. Oh, really? Is it Chud the Builder getting $1 billion bail? It was $1.5 million. Did you see the video of his face? And he's like, oh, it's like, oh, thank God. Okay. Half of you are saying it's in Texas, Houston, which is where I thought it was. And then the other half are saying Cape Canaveral. Canaveral said Kennedy Center. This is a different one, I think, on the sign. Yes. Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center. So it is. Fucking Americans. Where is the... What's the name of the site? Sorry? Or let's just look. Lyndon B. Johnson. It's so urbanized. Incredibly urbanized. It's like what? One step. I feel this frequency is not the right one for healing me. Am I free now to move in peace? What do you guys think of this band? It's my favorite band. I've seen them live a couple of times. You see this feeling? Picking the right one when I'm feeling knee deep and sailing on a light one. No, I try my luck. I rise above. We rise above. You hear me? See this healing is divine. Can't code, this is a human find. See this healing is the can't code, this is a human find. Hold on. This is the energy. Okay. It's like here. It was about here, right? So I'm gonna put here. What year was it? What year was it? Some gambling company has $1 million ready. Oh my god. Fuck's sake, man. Somebody said there was a year. Holy shit. Sorry. That's from drinking Fizzy Pap, 1986. The Challenger crash. Decrepit and Thin, welcome in as well, thank you. Boom. Right. No. Tributes being paid at the Johnson Space Center for the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. Huh. Maybe not Challenger if there's Israeli flags. 1994, Challenger, Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. We're very close, but yeah. 2003. That's pretty recent. Grifter's actions, he got banned from entering a very hot spot in geography that is a very hot topic in the news. Okay, maybe I don't know who you mean then, Lime. Maybe I don't know who you mean. Yeah, Columbia 2003. I didn't know that there was a crash. Very old McDonald's. Salon de thé. House of tea. Although there's no accent above thé, so E, so maybe it's not French. Mode. Ronbergs, or we're in like either we're in like the Netherlands or somewhere like Germany, like maybe West Germany. Bali La Mode. The Israeli astronaut was the first from his country to be selected for a space-bound mission. Yo. I mean, as we know, space, Hamas. I'm sorry for everybody that, apart from that guy that died. When I saw the video of him having a tantrum, I thought to myself, justice is served to the victims of hate. Are we speaking about the same person, Lime? A pseudo archaeologist who peddles got rejected at a Native American site. He wanted to film and big fan of simply telling grifters to can it and get out. Fair. I was thinking late 70s, early 80s as well. I think it's West Germany, but I'm not sure. Generic European city. Generic Eurovilles. Somewhere in the West. Oh my god, they have shopping. It's democracy. Let's try 79. Brussels. Damn. That contextually then makes more sense with the multiple languages, although they do speak French there. Okay, right, immediately I feel like this is like Morocco or something, but it feels like Morocco. C'était le Studio 56. Était, we see the grand... I can't read this person's writing. 1976. Suterlug. It's a fucking Super League, mate. I mean, I genuinely think it's somewhere like Morocco. But I could be wrong. It's just giving North African vibes. Jackets in hot weather. When I remember I went in, I was in Morocco from January onwards and it was cold. Famously no shopping under communism. Can't buy shit in China. True. Facts.
Saturday flow, many drinks, few coasters. Speeding out my process with buttonless mimosas. Braggers and boasters, totally ain't their hostess. Bang bang, shooting my face on their posters and hands.
Okay. I'm just gonna go with what my gut tells me because I can't really read these. Salle de jeu, so it would be Algeria or Morocco, basically. I think. Let's see, Casablanca for the shits and giggles, and that was what, 79, 1979 Casablanca. Let's try it.
No sweat, the journey inside. You know they reach far. That be why me, I did watch my how far. I wanna know, we get go.
Okay, I was fucking close. Ouida, which is near the Spanish part of, there's still like a weird bit of Morocco that's owned by Spain. It's like a weird thing from colonial times. A Moroccan street in Oujda, and annotated as a part of Patrick Zapman's book Voyage de Mémoire, 2012. Oh, that's, you fucking liar. You fucking liar. I'm pretty chuffed though at getting Morocco there. I'm not gonna lie, I think I did pretty good there. Hi Nabil, my love. Salle de jeu. Yes, game room. Hi. And remember, I was in Marrakesh and it got cold in January. It's cold and sunny, but it was really fucking cold. And when I got into the mountains, there's snow everywhere, you know. But that's obviously because I was at 3,000 meters, but still. I'm pretty pleased with myself for getting that it was Morocco, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, which part of Poland is it in though? I think it's in the south, but I don't know the exact location. Why is my brain? Auschwitz. I don't know how to spell Auschwitz, sorry. Yes, where is the location? Oswiecim. Oswiecim. Yeah. Can we get a shouty, please, for Nabil? If I got a mod. Folks, go give Nabil some love. Playing some video games at the moment. Okay, I don't know where it is. Like, I don't know. I know it's somewhere in the south. I just don't know exactly where. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Sorry, there was a map. Right. Okay. It's like here-ish. this with? Yeah, Fatoumata Diawara, who's a fucking amazing musician. I was like, I recognize that person. So I'm going to presume this is Upon Liberation, which is 44, 45. Like, this gentleman's being carried out, basically, by either Soviets or Americans. Yeah, I think 45. Right. Oh, I was a bit off location-wise. Oh, I completely fucked that up location-wise. Surviving prisoners from the Nazi concentration camp Auschwitz being led out after its liberation by the Soviet Red Army. Cool. Right. Flags or countries? Flags or countries? Flags or countries? I ask you, yet again, flags or countries? Flags or countries? And then I'm going to give you the chance to gamba, and then I'm going to run away. I don't know about Joe Rogan, but there's... Wait. Graham Hancock, the dude who got creamed by an actual archaeologist? I don't want to cause myself active psychic harm, so I don't watch Joe Rogan. I mean, like, do you remember when we watched Jake Paul, after having his jaw dislocated to another universe, was which was quite satisfying to watch, which was what, like January-ish, and he's like, we're going to war to save the women and the gays. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I'm losing the will to live. Serpent Mound is a site he wasn't allowed to film, and he called it banned and censored. The grift that never ends. I'm being censored, brother. Here's my platform. Someone said no to me, and I'm a white boy, so me. Good. Fuck off. Flags or countries? I'll choose one if people can't make up their mind. They said they won't do. Yeah, it's almost. It just said they were like, God, the gays. Flags. Okay, flags of Asia. Right. Massima. Right. Will I get... How many are there again? Sorry, my... mouse is suddenly not working. Okay. Ugh. Right. There's these. 49. I'm going to give you...
Check.
Oh, no. If I could say my like IRL personality, it's this music. Oh no, look. There's blue on my shirt and it's like... Right, I'm going to give you voting opportunities. Smooth, I was going to say like highly strong and complex, but a good vibe nonetheless. A good vibe nonetheless. Right, we do gamba here. So how many... Okay, flag queen. I have to get 90% or more. Wait. You have 2 minutes to get your predictions in. Gamba, gamba, gamba. Go, go, go. Gamba, gamba. We encourage Channel point, gambling here. So here's the flags. I'm going to go to the bathroom super quickly. I just want to check. I think my parents are back as well. I'm going to grab a quick snack. You've got 2 minutes, and then I've got to remember all of these, of which I remember a good chunk. I know where I struggle. Hi, my love. Okay. I hope you got your votes in. Right, let's give it a fucking go. We have stuff planned for today as well. There's some stuff I want us to discuss. I have found a bunch of books on, like, socialism and trans liberation. We're going to do a deep dive into the attack on trans rights in the UK. I'm going to explain the different layers of complexities that are coming in, and I actually have some like professional understanding of what's taking place and how all these systems have been infiltrated by TERFs. TERFs being trans exclusionary radical feminists, or as we also know them, wankers, misogynistic wankers. And how they've essentially utilized what is like a law that was developed for equalities, generic equalities that was supposed to protect everybody, has actually now been weaponized against the trans community in ways that will absolutely hurt cis people as well, like 100 fucking percent, like 100 fucking percent. Sorry, somebody did. We found a roommates in the wild. Hold on. Why are TERFs so hateful? Let's go. Let's play, and I'd like to unpick that. There's so much TERF shit on Netflix, really. Graham's son is director of programming at Netflix. His family hates him, though. His family fucking hates him. One betting chip, please. Wait. Are we talking about Graham Linden here, or are you talking about someone else? White supremacy is the core, at least for American TERFs. I would have to critically explore. Genuinely, I feel like it's misogyny in the UK, but I'm actually now to call myself out, like the authors that I've read and the trans people that I listen to in the UK, like 99% of them have been white. Or there are communities who I've worked with who are asylum seekers, and that just feels like a very different context because actually, why is it they want to become citizens? I think trans misogyny, which is misogyny at its root, is going to be racist as well. If you have anything on that, Hunter Biden, I'd like to read it as well. Misogyny and white supremacy is often intertwined. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to pick the. I'm trying to analyze those components together in Britain because we are a white supremacist country. And I don't know, I have some reading. Maybe it will come up, and if it doesn't, we can try and find things to take a look at. But we're also going to celebrate trans excellence. Hold on, I have to show you this though. Wait. We are going to play the game in a second. We're going to play the game in a second for the people who are like, where the fuck are my gamba points? And they were roommates. Hold on. Fucking love Coco Roco. Hold on. Okay. Me turning up to the archaeological dig like this. 800-year-old hugging skeletons are genetically confirmed as Poland's only medieval same-sex double burial.
I need you over.
Their relationship remains a mystery.
Almost like we're roommates.
Every time. Don't be shy. I blame Ray for my gamba addiction. Can't blame Ray for anything. I'll beat you up. Coming over. Okay. Let's play. All your clothes off. I can't get any of them. Isn't that... Yeah, Iraq. Don't know. Don't know how you spell Kazakhstan. What's mine is yours. That's Afghanistan, I think.
I think I might just give you the key. That's cool. Gotta sing for you in the bathroom. Girl, I don't wanna leave the house without you.
Indonesia, sorry. Mongolia? Pakistan? Oh, your clothes off. Fake colonizer bullshit place. Vietnam, Singapore. South Sudan. No. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's in Africa. It's like... Myanmar. Cambodia. Saudi. Georgia. Armenia, I think. Yeah. No. I don't know. These are the ones that I'm going to get confused on. South Korea, Qatar, or Bahrain. They look very close. I think that's Bahrain. Qatar. Yeah, look there. Qatar, but this is Bahrain. I want to say that's Syria now. That's the new Syrian flag. Yeah. Turkmenistan? Maybe it's not Turkmenistan. I don't know then. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Hold on. Put on some more bangers of tunes. Malaysia?
For conscious listening. Connect. Cross
Taiwan.
Your hands on your chest. Think.
Azerbaijan.
Hands on your chin. Open. Put your hands behind your
Azerbaijan.
ears. Open your senses. Listen. Sit down, close your eyes, and listen consciously.
Please play our song.
Iran? That's not Iran, I know that. Problemas. Welcome back, bitch. I've only just seen your comments. Oh, Yemen. Wait. This is Yemen. Oman. Kuwait. Lebanon. Lebanon. What a typo. Iran. Japan. I genuinely don't know. That's Lao. That is a sick fucking flag. Turkmenistan? Okay, Turkmenistan have a cool flag. Palestine. Free, free. Turkey. That's Brunei. Brunei? How do you spell Brunei? How the fuck do you spell Brunei? E-I. Yeah. Bangladesh. Sri Lanka. China. Bhutan. Bhutan. How do I spell Bhutan? How the fuck do you spell Bhutan? Bhutan. Okay. Is that the Philippines? Is that the Philippines? Philippines. No. Shit, okay. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get it. Indonesia. I've got so many. But I have so many to go. Isn't that Kyrgyzstan? Kyrgyzstan. I don't know how the fuck to spell any of these fucking things, okay? It is it is. Sorry, the flag like popped out for me. But I did know that. If that's not Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan? Unfortunately, we don't have Kurdistan here. It's not a recognized state yet. Oman? Oman. Oh, Oman? Kuwait? Girl, Kuwait, Oman, what's the other? Definitely independent, definitely real countries. Lebanon, Jordan? No. Biggest state not recognized. Kurdistan. Yeah. For a long fucking time as well. Gotta have, hey, Hegel, list of country names with their spelling. Oh, I can't fucking spell. If you try and get me to spell correctly, and that's the motherfucking, the rules, I will fail. And you're being ableist. Thanks. Hot Sauce, do you do video essays? I have tried to do video essays, and I am so ADHD, that shit's just not happening. I have so many topics I'd like to cover, and I can't. But I am making you folks, I am pulling together my documentary, which, look, it's very old. Emmett Tratz. I don't know. I'm pulling that together, and you'll be able to watch that, and we'll watch that. But I'd love to be able to have the concentration, but I can barely concentrate on fucking flags. So, what do you guys think? You know, let's put some liquid D&B. Shit, I got 46 seconds. Let's try and get... I think I need just a few more to get it. Ah! Bahrain, Kuwait. I don't know. Okay, that's Kuwait. Shit! I always forget this one, and it's got a cool flag. Like, I don't know... Like, that is cool. I remember that one. Mongolia is cool as fuck. It's not the Philippines. I swear. Wait, I swear that bitch is the Philippines. Okay. That's bullshit. That's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. I fucking got that. I swear I didn't spell it that way. I'm having that. I'm having it as a yes. I don't care. I don't care. I'm fucking having that. Astral spelling is an authoritarian imposition on all of us, and I morally disagree with it. Hate crime. It's a fucking hate crime, guys. 44 is basically 90. Yeah. I'm having it. I don't care. It's my stream. It's my stream. You can shout at me if you do or don't get points. If you want to activate the mosques, you need to win points, okay? If you want to activate... what is it that we activate here? It's the Philippines of our hearts. Exactly. I'm giving myself yes. You can fight me. You can try. I'll win because I'm strong. So, LHS equals Tito.
Activate the mosques.
Shit! Dude, thank you. Jihad, bitch.
You can just activated Corbyn Jihad.
Thank you so much. That's the future we could have had. That's the future we could have had. We could have had communist jihad in this country with jam-based Jeremy Corbyn. Instead, we got hell. We got the hell that is in front of us now. It's such a millennial-ass meme. Shut the fuck up. You asked for it, bitch. You asked for it, bitch. You wanted it. Okay, so, yes, one. Yes, one. Okay. There is some, like, relatively serious shit we're going to talk about today. I feel like I want to do a little bit more just to get us warmed up. I feel like I got one more. I got, like, one more. I did and I do, and it doesn't change it. Wait, 6K went to Mystic Core and 3 others. God damn. Join the Hegelian jihad. Girl, if I could read Hegel and understand what the fuck that bitch was on about, I wouldn't be here. I'd be like, I would have a professorship somewhere, okay? But instead, I was very basic philosophy and politics student, okay? And that's that. And then I did global development, which I enjoyed a lot more anyway. Just one more flag, bro. I swear. Just one more flag. That's all we fucking needed. I'm taking the Philippines. I don't care what you say. The whitest thing I've ever said. I just heard myself say that. Clip it and ship it. I'm taking the Philippines and no one can do nothing about it. And this is the story of the 17th to 19th century or 20th century of every white bitch ever. You had to go and dig mines? I did. So if you push against me, it's homophobic. Average Brit? True. Except I'm actually Irish, so I'm really offended by that. No, I'm joking. Unfortunately, I am British as well. A plight that many Irish people have to deal with in the modern times as well. Hi, kitty. Okay, should we do Bandle? Let's do Bandle. By the way, oh, you can't see it. I can't believe this is see-through. That's so funny. Wait, I got Mongolia Coke. How much of Norse heritage you can take the piss out of being Norwegian? Although yesterday, when Hassan was like, everyone in Sweden's the same, and like people were like, I was in J Murray's and people were like, Scandinavian food's terrible. I was like, I'm actually offended. Like, you're fucking wrong. British and Irish food is terrible. Okay, I'll take that L. Ireland, look, we got gorgeous curly hair. We have fucking excellent musicians, poets, creators. No, you're fucking wrong. No, Shemin. Fuck off. You're not even proper Scandinavian. Don't be giving me this shit. Fucking Denmark. Who the hell thinks of Denmark? I'm talking about Norway. Proper Norwegian land. Like, sorry, did a Danish person speak? I can't hear them. Welcome in, folks. I'm fucking around. But straight up, I've had like some of the best meals of my entire life in Norway, but it might be because I'm there with my family, right? And they're like, hello, my name is, I am your mama. I am going to, like, I used to go out fishing with Bestefar, my grandfather, in the fjords, and we'd fucking cook fish there and literally catch the fish. Me and Granny kill it. I cry. I cried a bit. I remember that. My mum's like, you've raised pathetic children that know nothing. My mum grew up on a farm in like the middle of nowhere in Norway. Yeah, guts out, tits out. No, but like Sami food. I mean, you mean reindeer? Reindeer's lovely, but I'm sorry, you're fucking wrong. Lobster, fish, oysters. If you don't like seafood, fine. not gonna be for you guys. I'm sorry, I think you're all fucking wrong. I think I'm Danish and our culture is overwrought and desperate to be independent. I'm sorry. Throwing a fish, a rice cake, fish, a rice cake. I know you're Bengali, but that is not in Scandinavia. I'm not comparing it to actual real good food, am I? You know? You cannot say Scandinavian food is bad. Also, hi No Doubt. Can we please get a shouty for No Doubt? Absolute babe of a human being. Very positive, lovely streamer. If you keep on shouting at me, I'm gonna get Othello to come and beat you all up, okay? Okay, that's okay. No, I'm saying it's like secondary to like most food, and I'm saying that, thank you, my love. I'm saying that Irish food is fucking terrible. I said this the other day. My dad does Irish cooking, and you take rotten milk and make bread out of it. Like, look, we were genocided, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We were literally starved. Okay? I'm guessing it came from that kind of shit, you know? So, as things go, to be fair, well, fuck, Sherman, that's also true. Yeah, as with the Indians. Shit. Damn it. And Kenyans, and actually Kenyan food wasn't that great as well. South African food's fucking incredible, though. I come in and shock to cultures all the time. But no, I was like, oh my God, fucking Americans, blah, blah, blah. And then it sounds like the Balkans are notoriously the same culture. And I'm like, my brother in Christ. The whole point is that there was like 4 different fucking languages and religions. No, Shemin, I will fight you on this. Ban yourself immediately. Shemin. Hi, Fargo. Lots of European delicacies are just food that's 90% rotted. That is a Swedish dish. I've never tried it, but apparently it's fucking repugnant. The Balkans are more alike. Oh my God. I just don't agree. Yugoslavia forever in our hearts, as per usual. I think that you're all wrong. Hi, everyone. Follow, subscribe, like me as a streamer. You're all fucking wrong, though. Oh my God, I was going to make a fucking point about BDS cola, and I can't remember. Mongolian cola, that's what it was earlier. But yeah, this is 50p and it's cheaper than Coke. See, BDS is easy. Literally, some of the languages are dialects. Are you fucking kidding me? There's different alphabets. Everyone is banned from my chat. I want to go back to talking alone. I want to go back to talking to like 2 people. Everyone's banned. You're all fucking wrong. Oh my God. Doom, thank you. Doom, the voice of reason, Doom. Somebody, I mean, Doom's already subbed. Somebody be really nice to Doom. He deserves it. There's more than one letter. I'm so fucked. Calm down. Daughter of Yakub. Twice daughter of Yakub. Norwegian, British, and Irish. White. You're wrong, though. You're factually fucking wrong. Folks, Magos Informaticus, as the joke goes, Prague is oh fuck me, I can't. I was gonna try that, but like I can't bounce. I'm sorry. I cannot try. I don't know how to say try. Okay, I'm really ADHD. We're didn't someone ask me a question like half an hour ago and we've just gone off on one. This is why I don't do video essays, by the way. A video essay would just be me being like, blah. It's Yiddish. Is a dialect mit an army und flott. Okay. Also, I fixed some of my shit, so if you want me to hop up at some point in the future, awesome. Can maybe do some gaming tomorrow if you're down for it. I was gonna do something. My brain is totally stopped. I wish we can get full sugar. You can, if you want. Oh yeah. Earlier, I did a little special stream. Yeah. ADHD is decision paralysis times a billion. I'm getting so overstimulated that I just can't think. But let me show you something. Oh wait, I'll have to publish the VOD. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I did secret outside exercise stream and dog walk, which is exactly that. You can't in the UK, only Coca-Cola. Ignore the sugar tax. That's not true. I literally just saw some of these that ZX Cola that was full sugar. Like 3 hours ago. Haven't seen the front page in ages? You don't just end up on the front page? Okay. So if you want to see Othello, he's there. We can get full Sugat store brand here. Okay. Fucking hell. Can you show Americans how undetectable plastic cap works? The what? The what? What's that? Doom. Okay, we had dog earlier. Yeah, bitch. And me lifting. That looks less impressive. I just want to say that that was very hard. This is the hardest. This is the hardest move. You opened yourself up? Yeah, oh my god. Like, hell fucking yeah. Yeah, I've done some lifting today, but if we... Oh, yeah. If we get a hype train, of course, I will be doing push-ups. Not detachable. Oh, because it's got the little plasticky bit. Yeah, it's been really hot here. I didn't really... Oh, sorry. There you go. Per request of Doom. We're already hitting 30s down here. It's cooled down a little bit, but the sun's just come out again, so... It's half sugar. Even Lucozade is half sweeteners. Oh, no. Okay. Right. We should lock in. So there was a little dog stream earlier with the beautiful, lovely Othello. I love him so much. Hi, baby. He's little. Look at his stupid tail. I love him so fucking much. Okay. Right. Oh, this stream is really good. Not as much as chat loves him, so step aside. Well, maybe he can come say hello in a little bit and talk about how much he loves trans rights. Right, let me grab the stuff I've got prepared for us. I've got a bit up already. Does anybody remember the challenge in Scotland that happened a year ago? A year and a couple of months ago. About 15 months ago. Heat stroke at 30. I mean, I've only had heat stroke when I've been living in Southeast Asia, but 30 would... Some people would definitely get it. Like, dude, do stay hydrated, guys. Would people like me to go over the court case again? I think it would maybe help clarify things. Because it's quite important, because basically... We won, help us with our legal fees? What is she doing? Right. It would be good for us to go over this in great detail. Basically, folks, in the UK, I'm going to bring up the theory that I found for us as well. 1 second, so I don't forget. In the UK, there's a couple of institutions that are important. So we have courts, obviously, that write and defend and interpret laws that sometimes can conflict with one another. If Parliament passes a law, it can be challenged by people in strategic litigation. And then that goes to essentially what's called a high court and is discussed and debated, etc. The Scottish government basically tried, and they have their own national government, but unfortunately for the time being, it is still subject to British law and British rule and occupation for now. And the Scottish government basically set up a system where they allowed people to self-ID. So self-identification, and would anybody, whether trans or not, like to share why self-identification is such an important part of trans liberation and very, very vital, a very vital step in order to allowing people to live a healthy, happy and meaningful life as a trans person within our society, whatever and however that looks like. Being hot, I can only get so naked. You can jump in water though, and that's nice because it's water. Yeah, like Kitty says, for sure. A large part of it is because we don't trust the authorities. Yeah. Like, should allies resist this ban by using the toilets that are not assigned to them? I think it could depend on safety. I wouldn't necessarily promote it because people might be met with physical violence. But it's certainly something that, I mean, people who are non-gender conforming are kind of doing that already, but like let's get there. Let's get there. I want to walk people through the steps first. Hi Jordan. It means you don't need medical intervention and sign off from GPs and authorities to actually live and be understood as your gender. Exactly. It is not a bio-essentialist or bio-model approach to transness. The bio-model is like, biomedical model is like, transness is this thing and you have to go from A to B, and the A to B is like a therapy that a doctor gives, and only can you say that you're at X point in your transition when a doctor says that, which is obviously bullshit. And people were being discriminated against on the basis of their trans status, etc. So, and there are like huge problems with waiting lists in the UK. It's like 6 years in some places for accessing gender affirming care, and the gender affirming care itself is pretty much exclusively developed and managed by cis people here, and it's not up to scratch. I myself have supported young people accessing Tavistock Clinic, which is a young person's gender clinic, which has been shut down. I think the one that I used to send people to, or sorry, I used to support people in attendance to. Young people, by the way, can't get any medical intervention now because of shit. What was the, Jordan, help me out, what was the name of the article written by the pediatrician? Why is my brain shorting on? You'll know exactly what I mean. Young people now cannot receive gender affirming care that involves any form of medicine, such as puberty blockers, because of an inquiry that had a particular name. And I've just forgot the name. It was by a pediatrician who reviewed the literature, and there is now a clinical trial on safety and etc. outcomes. And it's not, I think it even got delayed, you know. No government should know my gender or sex. I think that, so I'd say you have maybe a right for that, not to withhold that information, but if we have universalized healthcare, it's a really important piece of information for getting specific healthcare tailored to you. So I think it's really important for it to be asked. You can still say no if you want, as you can with like ethnicity studies and stuff. Oh my god, why am I farting on the CAS review? Oh my god, we got there. The CAS review. Young people in the UK cannot access hormone treatments or puberty blockers because of the CAS review, which basically was like, oh, all of the evidence is shit and we need to do an update, and here's this update and it's going to take years and years. So all of these things trickling have been happening in the context of a community who are already like waiting sometimes decades to get access to healthcare, and have, as we're going to explore, become very much the target of a specific group of right-wing activists, haters, and misogynists. Now, the fucked up thing in the UK is they spent time, the people who have targeted the trans community specifically, which are funded by right-wing donors in the UK. We're going to look at this as well when we read some theory, which is... Oh, I already had it up. Yeah. Marxism and transgender liberation, confronting transphobia in the British left. It'll explore it a little bit. Millionaires are like, look, there's a trans person. Let's speak about this all the fucking time so that we can fill the airs with it. And I'd say there's a split between people who are dedicated and genuinely reactionary, genuinely conservative, and genuinely hateful, who we have an ideological disagreement with. They are hateful people and they have no place dictating or influencing policy, right? They're people who are categorically transphobic, prejudiced, white supremacist, queerphobic pieces of shit, right? Like, they're everything. They're like, oh, family values or some shite, right? Like, and then there are people who are often like millionaires and grifters who have funded a lot of groups like the LBQ Alliance, which is a made-up alliance of lesbians, bisexuals, and gay men who apparently like hate trans people. Which, just so you know, the stats are like, nah, I've spoken about this before. The #1 supporter of trans rights in the UK, not even trans people, fucking lesbians. Studies have lesbians. Look, we're coming out for you, okay? I'll beat up anyone for you guys, but like, straight up, like, the community with, like, when you actually explore queer people, it's very clear that this LBQ Alliance is, at best, a couple of like rich queer people who they can convince to chat bollocks occasionally, hateful bollocks, and think that they will be a community that are like, it's very like, look at them. It's pick me gay bullshit as well, and privilege. Like, oh, you like, they're the kind of people who would actually probably be queerphobic as well. I'm not like those queers. I'm this queer, you know? They don't want to be seen as like a freak, right? Yeah. We're the good queers. We pay our taxes. We don't wear colorful shirts. We don't have mullets. We don't trans ourselves. We don't like to play with gender. We make jokes about how much we hate our partners as well. Do you know what I mean? The LBQ community would never abide a category as broad as Q being tacked on. But yeah, the LBQ Alliance and other affiliated groups, including, what is the group? Women's Scotland, is it? So there was a ruling that we're going to look at now. I forget the name. Oh yeah, Women Scotland have basically, they took the Scottish government, who were allowing self-ID, to court. Unfortunately, because of the way that our equalities legislation is written, they won at the time. And then basically all fucking hell broke loose. And when a law is passed that has implications for like how you manage a service, including to people with disabilities and people with different genders, there is something called the Equality and Human Rights Commission, who are very much baddies in this story, by the way, who write codes of practices. They are essentially a quango, quasi-autonomous non-governmental organisation, who are like a bunch of fucking suitcases and lawyers and reactionary fucks who will write up exactly what this law and how it applies, or a ruling on a law in this case, how it should look like, how you need to build society, how you manage a business if you have toilets, which is specifically important for this. And they have recently, last week, basically published on my birthday, which is probably why we missed it, but we're looking at it and shitting on it today. We're going to go back through the steps, though, so that people understand what's going on. The Minister for Women Equalities laid out updated code of practice. So the government has laid the updated code of practice. They could say actually no, they don't agree with this, but they won't because they are transphobic. Once it is enforced, it has legal status as a statutory code of practice. I am telling you 100% right, like now, people like me will get massively discriminated against as well. Cis people who are non-gender conforming will get fucked up by this. It will literally invite men into, like, cis men into women's toilets. It already has. If that ever happens to me, I'm going to sue the fuck out of these places as well. And encourage anybody who experiences any discrimination to join lawsuits that are ongoing. It is still being taken to the European Court of Human Rights, of which we're currently a signatory, and we use it as a body of law rulings that can apply and should apply to laws in the UK. Reform do want to leave that, you know. The Good Law Project, don't worry, I've got them coming up, style. Don't worry, but yes, exactly. You guys are on it because we have some Americans and some people from all over in the audience. I want to ensure that I walk people through the steps because this is confusing. It's not like the government's done this one thing and now everyone hates trans people, right? The context is that trans rights has always been under attack in the UK. There was a period of, I'd say, where it wasn't necessarily in the firing line like it is now in what would be my teenage to early 20s years, where we had a bit more like trans visibility with like Nadia from Big Brother winning icon, and there was less of this, less the baseline is still transphobia, like, don't get me wrong, right? But there wasn't this well-funded, targeted hate campaign. And there definitely wasn't one that masqueraded or pretended that it was about women's rights. And this is it's very, very simple. And to be clear, those people hate women as well. those people are exceptionally misogynistic. They are bioessentialist. And every time I meet these people, which I have several times, like if I go to Lincoln Pride or something, unfortunately there's some wankers there who are like, me, women are, what do women are like, have gametes or something? I'm like, A, you're freaks. No one fucking talks like that, mate. B, for those who don't know, I'm adopted. My mum, now the family I was adopted into, has Turner's syndrome. This is a chromosome disorder that means she had developmental problems as she grew up, and she cannot have natural children. So I was adopted. So she doesn't fit into that actual biological model. And I'm like, tell me in great detail right now how my mum is not, who's a cis woman, right? This is the reason why I do it, is to be like, you are fucking full of shit. But they never care, because they don't actually care about that, because the science that would say there's a couple of characteristics that are like you have a spectrum of, where there are definite clear distinct weightings on sides of spectrums, like, which is the actual biology and the actual science, is too complicated for them properly, right? Because they're like, no, what I learned in year 7 at school, there's man and there's woman, and one has willy and one doesn't, and then you got the cells that make you a man or a woman, the end. I'm like, you are fucking full of shit. You know? That is like, that kind of idea is new. It's about a decade old now, and it has come from really a targeted hate campaign that, as we know, famous mold bitch fucking J.K. Rowling is a big proponent of hating women. Just those happen to be trans women. She's also like hates fucking dykes as well. She's made that clear. She's made that fucking clear. She just hates women, right? But this is the key. They pretend to give a shit about women's rights. Like, somehow my sisters and my siblings who are trans getting more rights will take away my well-being and my rights. And that's a dangerous, like, bullshit idea. And it's also factually wrong. Do you know how... This is an interesting tidbit. Do you know how we have mapped the clitoris? I don't mean finding it. I'm sure you all did, don't worry, if that applies. Do you know how we know anything about the clit? An actual human being's clitoris. The nerves, the organ, how it functions. Exactly, Hunter Biden. Trans men donated to science when they had gender-affirming bottom surgery. Right? So then there was a bunch of tissue that people could sample, and like, yeah, I saw it recently, Jordan. So some of that information was done before, but like literally, science found the clit only because of trans people. Literally. I don't even know if there's like, it's near a cervix, right? There could be cancers that and hormonal stuff that's connected with the clitoris. It is a huge cluster of nerves. Can those nerves get damaged? There is definitely important considerations and information that needs to be gathered from this stuff, right? And it's literally because of trans people that we start having an understanding about the clitoris. That it used to be that the studies were done, I am not joking, on cows. This isn't a joke. That's where the science boys used to know about the clit. They used to know about the fucking clit. The science boys from cows. Welcome in, folks. What a fucking moment to come in on. Hi, folks. Bear attack. What a fucking moment. Thank you. Have a good day, LB. I hope you had a good stream. I think you're doing Subnautica. Everyone, shout out to the clitoris. I'll explain it. I'll explain it. Don't worry. Oh my god. Okay, welcome. We're talking about the clitoris. I'm not joking. I'm not gonna show you. You want me to ban? Oh, dance. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? That's harassment. I was literally gonna scream at you, but you weren't talking about that, so I'm not gonna scream at you. Welcome in, folks. Chaotic Saturdays are back with Hot Sauce. LB's run off. Thanks so much. Welcome in, folks. I'm a frequent LB watcher. Just so you know, when I was sat in LB's chat the other day and I was like, I'm doing Lego and I'm listening to you guys. This is the Lego I was doing. Oh no, wait. It's blue, so you're not... Hold on. I'm going to turn off the chroma key so you guys can see. One sec. And let's get it big. Let's get it big. Let's get it big. This is what I got for my birthday. This is what I got for my birthday. 1 second. I'm going to turn off the chroma key. I'm going to turn off the chroma key. Break it down, bitch. Oh, wait. Oh. I did something wrong. No, there we go. Is burb. Is burb. What? Wait. I have to do it. Hold on. Hold on. God damn it. Me, very good streamer. Shut the fuck up if you say otherwise. Welcome in, folks. I'm lesbian hot sauce variety leftist lesbian streamer. Your friendly neighborhood gay. There we go. Okay. It's a Pokemon. Okay. 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 Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Look, this is what I did for my birthday. This is what I did for my birthday. She's lying. She's not friendly. She's... Shut the fuck up, Shemin. Shemin, they know you from LB stream. So... But thank you so much for the raid and welcome in, folks. Yeah, look, how cool is that? Is a stand impossible? Are you a stand user? What do you mean a stand? But look, it's so cool, isn't it? Look at the wings. No, it's just like a different section. Like, yeah. Mo's admitting to being a weeb. Okay, I'll leave you with that. Oh my god. Welcome in, folks. It's really hot. We're talking about trans rights, and I was just explaining some important law about the clitoris. Give me 1 sec as I just sort this out. Well, not even law. Important scientific discoveries that are as a result from our trans friends. So we're discussing trans rights in the UK. I like trans rights. Hell yeah. Trans W's, trans rights, trans wrongs. There is so much overlap from trans streams. Trans rights or trans fights? Yes, exactly. I have drunk a lot of BDS Coca-Cola, so I have to go pee. Does anyone feel like they can update people on where we've got to? I'll do a very quick TLDR. The background of the UK is transphobia. It's got really bad recently because there has been a bunch of rich people who got together and set up fake organizations like the LBQ Alliance, who probably are full of straight people, or like one rich gay white guy who's a cunt, right? Who have specifically targeted trans people. And that's kind of new. That's like the last 10 to 15 years. Not the transphobia, that's always been there. But like the, I'm holding you in my motherfucking sights, and now the news is going to be talking about trans rights all the fucking time. Where's that meme? Oh my god, hold on. The great guys over at, I really have to pee, but I do want to show you. The guys at Turn Left did a great meme. Let me see if I can show you. I don't know if Turn Left are on Twitch yet. I don't think they are. But it like summarizes the UK. Oh, I might not be able to find it. Okay, that's May. Hold on. It's just got a guy being like, someone's like, I'd really like to sort of question why there's so much inequality. And then it's got a guy being like, what is a woman? It's like this constant, yeah, this is it. Hold on. The UK, right? We should improve society somewhat. Can a woman have a penis? Like, look, freaks. Like, this is what the UK became, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want you to get the impression that it was like roses and there was no transphobia. It's more escalation, and escalation with a little bit of money behind it. A little bit of cash, money. There's been an update and it's bad. It's real bad. I'm going to leave you with music because I want to contextualize this. Someone own Piers Moore? I mean, that he's always getting owned because he's a fucking idiot. Maybe just put on that clip while you piss. I'm going to put music on. Is he the thing about trans people than your 25,000? Yes, exactly. Exactly, mate. All my boob havers, you will 100% know what I'm saying. Like when it's hot and you get that like on the boob, like puddle. Sometimes like after the shower, I'll like put deodorant on under it, but I didn't. But like I got serious boob sweat right now. That's how fucking the under boob stain. Yeah. Oh my god. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh. Can a woman have a penis for 5 head? I mean, the joke now is like it's so ridiculous to focus on this discussion of a very small section of society and to spend all of your time hating on a marginalized group of people who's, by the way, so this is what I was explaining with the clit. We have mapped the human clit, the clitoris, intimately, some of us, but scientifically, I couldn't help it, okay? Hi, Ninja. I couldn't help it. I'm fucking gay, really. Because of trans men. They donated, basically, people who had gender-affirming surgery donated the tissue to science. And now we have, like, whole models of clit. Do you know what the model that they used before? I'm not joking. This is how much science hates women, by the way. They used a cow. Before, doctors were like, it makes 100% sense for me to look at a cow pussy and cut it up for science about a clit. I don't fucking know either, okay? I don't fucking know either, okay? Yeah. Yep. Phalloplasty. Exactly. Hey, Jimmy. Men literally didn't study the clit because gross women. Men literally didn't. It took the trans men, okay, to do it. So trans people objectively helping women. I am going to mention trans men today quite a bit as well because they're often left out of this conversation. Mainly, to put it really bluntly, because trans men find themselves passing and therefore they can do stealth. Whereas people have a particular level of fucking hate and vitriol in their heart for trans women because they don't necessarily always conform to gendered expectations, something that I share with trans women as well, right? And can say with, even though I'm not trans, with great sincerity, that there is a particular level of hatred that is reserved for people that don't conform to that. But cows have combined bumhole and fanny. I have to pin that message. Go, I don't know, Zoff. Ask the science person who was trying to find the clit and got lost at the cow bumhole. Can someone please clip that? I'm trying to clip things more because I can link it quite easily to my YouTube. Can someone just clip that tiny little section, please? I beg of you. That's so funny. AFAB medical science is based on, yeah, exactly, yeah, or literally a cow fucking asshole. It's because they hate women. Exactly, Mo. Exactly. Hi, Hato. Some transphobes seemingly don't realize that trans men exist. Exactly. Have you seen someone will know the interview where they're talking about trans men and the person who's there on a panel to be transphobic doesn't understand trans men. But like, folks, I need to take you through some steps. The steps are simple. Transphobia baseline. A bunch of freakish, well-funded billionaire right-wing organizations are set up to defend women's rights with the context of it being, it's bullshit context of it being about defending women's rights and feminism. Scotland say, we're going to allow self-ID. That is challenged. Last year, this happens in the Supreme Court. These hateful cunts, I did have a good birthday, thank you so much. These hateful cunts, unfortunately, won a case. We probably won't watch all of this, but it's really important for you to understand what's happening now. Because what's happening now is there is a code of practice which becomes law. It becomes every cafe, gym, airport, third fucking place that doesn't really exist anymore, hospital, GP surgery, shopping center needs to abide by this law, and they've updated the code of practice, which is the interpretation of the law, and it is literally transphobia is the law. They are writing into law trans apartheid, and they're gonna the government can not sign it, but in a shocking twist of events that shocks hopefully no one here, if you guys have been around the hot sauce community for a while, I do cover British politics, shocks no one. It doesn't shock you guys, right? But like there's a bunch, the right wingers who have taken over the Labour Party are transphobic, incredibly transphobic, and just to double down on this, the queer community on the whole exceptionally progressive towards trans rights. So this idea that the LBQ Alliance hates trans people, it's not true. It's made up. And there was, just for context, there was a march, of which I obviously can't leave my house really at the moment, so I wasn't there. There was a march and a huge letter campaign, of which I did sign up to, and I encouraged cis people in my community, cis women, to do it as well, of cis women saying, fuck this, not in our name, how fucking dare you, like how dare you utilize like the concept of feminism to ostracize trans people, not in our name, right? So there is a pushback. There is a legal pushback, and there are protest pushbacks, and there are many organizations that we're going to look at. And then we're going to celebrate just like trans shit. We're going to celebrate trans identities around the world at the latter part of the stream. Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to get there. I want to explain the court case first. But yeah, hi, Commie, if you folks have questions, because it's not like government doing a transgenderism. There's like a couple of steps to get us there that make it linked to capitalism, make it linked to actually misogyny, right? And I want to make sure people understand where it's coming from. I wouldn't say excessively. Trans women still struggle among. Sorry. For contextualization, people report that they support trans rights when they fill out surveys in the context of the LBQ Alliance, pretending that lesbians, gays, and bisexuals hate trans people. Now, we know that there are problems in the community, of course, of people not respecting one another. But what I'm pushing back against is, do the LBQ Alliance still even exist? I love how Hot Sauce makes trans femmes sounds cool as fuck. Hell fucking yeah. Sorry, LGB Alliance, that's who I meant, is an anti-transgender advocacy group. It was founded by whoever these people are, these bigots. It opposes conversion. It supports conversion therapy, i.e., abuse, and it opposed gender recognition. And they were a part of the For Women Scotland case that we're about to look at now. Yeah, they cut off the T purposefully, right? And this is the context of what I'm talking about. They steal my fucking queerness. They steal my name. They steal other queer people's names and make it as if, by design, right, as if we do not support trans rights. Whether we support trans rights enough and well, I think is what you're getting at, and I'd agree. But in principle, the studies show, as I keep on saying, lesbians be motherfucking out. We're ride or die for trans rights, okay? More than fucking trans people. Sort it out, trans people. Love yourself right now. That's an order. That's an order. I'll come beat you up. Look, I got guns. Hi, Kenny. I got guns, and I'm not afraid to use them. I'll give you a big hug, and then you'll have to love yourself. But yeah, okay. Scotland were like, we're woke. Here's self-ID. Those people were like, we hate women. So then it went to court. This is a video explaining the court case.
Unanimous decision of this.
I know some transbians that would welcome that. Me too. I think it's my audience.
2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex.
Freaks. They're celebrating apartheid.
Pivotal moment in a landmark case. Joy.
Fuck you.
Relief.
Fuck you. To be clear, those dumb, I can say this, these dumb fucking lesbians, right? What the fuck is wrong with you? As we're going to look at later, this ruling means that people have to literally gender police like bathrooms and stuff. Do you think you're going to be saved from that? Dad, a true women's ally, is texting me about the women's champions Euro champions trophy is on. Be like my dad. And to quote, me and my dad, when we went to see England women's play the Netherlands, we fucking won 1-0 to the England. Me and dad, we're footy fans, we watched footy together. There was a bunch of transphobes. There's not trans people in the sport for a start, right? There was a bunch of transphobes protesting outside, and my dad just looked at them and was like, they don't give a shit about football. Why are they here? Why are these hateful pricks here? And I was like, exactly, Dad. Exactly. Be like my dad. Doesn't always get it, might not use the right language, and I'd have to softly correct him, you know. He might be like, what's the transgender? And I'd be like, well, Dad, it's blah, blah, blah. But as you guys know, my dad's like, buys me boxes and like occasionally will like call me son, and I'm like, I don't care about these things. I'm your child, you know. But back to this point, literally the law, the code of practice that's going to be implemented is going to be people have to regulate on the basis of how someone looks spaces. Do you think that's going to save you, you dumb fucking bitches? Okay? this is one of the few times I'm using bitch in a horrible way. Like, I hate you. This is so fucking, it's like, what you have done, what you are celebrating is literally hate against fucking dykes. And what, you think you're special? You think you're unique and you're going to pass the gender test and no one's going to oppress you? Well, I'm sorry, you're about to find out that everyone who doesn't conform is going to get shouted at if they go into a bathroom and harassed and made to feel awkward. Like, these are the pick-me of fucking lesbians, and they literally are celebrating something that is going to directly hurt them. That's what fucking trans misogyny does to your brain. That's what fucking trans misogyny does to your brain. Fuck this. They think they're safe. Yeah, they think they're safe because then exactly. The issue here, we look, even random cis women, but the trouble is the real targets and victims. Of course. I see it as a combined oppression, right? Because it's not the only root of trans misogyny, but part of it is the gendered expectations of how someone should look and be, as opposed to the actual, their lived reality and expression of being a woman. And the fact that trans women don't necessarily fit that for people is, in part, we are going to explore transphobia in depth. It's not the only reason, right? Some people are just fucking hateful. Is why this is a thing and why they think it's appropriate to regulate spaces like toilets, like hospital clinics. There is a reason they start with trans women. It's the more acceptable target, yeah? Yes. I've seen it described as misdirected trans misogyny, but why misdirected? It's not misdirected. I've just shown you the groups that are linked together. This is really well coordinated. They did a very detailed court case and they won because they could hire good lawyers to win, because they're bankrolled by millionaires and billionaires, right-wingers. This is very much by design to target the trans community. Like, very fucking much by design. And that just pissed me off so much, seeing them celebrate that.
And outside the Supreme Court in London,
first they came for the socialists.
They've won their battle over the legal definition of what a woman is.
We counsel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one or more groups in our society at the expense of another. It is not.
But it is a significant defeat for the Scottish Government, who argued transgender people with a gender recognition certificate should have the same sex-based protections as biological women, a ruling which could place greater restrictions on trans people in Scotland, England and...
Surprise Pikachu face, it did. And we now live in fucking anti-trans apartheid, and it's really bad. People are suffering immensely. We've covered this quite a bit.
It means that women's spaces are finally secure. We can
from what? From women. My God, how easily they dupe. I mean, I wouldn't even accuse her of being duped. But, like, this is funded by right-wing, like, millionaires, right? Yeah, we're just missing the pink fucking triangle that they put on us and call us fucking liberation, right? Like, what... For a start, this has confused things more, so it's bollocks. Is the new Scottish government right-wing? No. No, it's the SNP, not right-wing. Sock them. I remember the previous dude was pretty chill. The SNP leader, he stood down. He's replaced by a new guy. It's vibes-based. Short-haired women will be accosted by cis men. Yeah. Same Brexit money. And Hammock, it was... they're registered... Does someone remember the name of the street the street that they were registered to in London, where the Brexit campaign with Tufton Street. Sorry, I remembered. Me, very good streamer. Give me money. Me, sometimes remember words. Very money me. Tufton Street. Yeah, I got there just beforehand. Basically, like literally, it's the same. It's the same person again and again and again. And great, this is falling down. Fuck's sake, hold on. SNP is more centrist than it used to be. It's been infiltrated by Christian fundamentalists. Oh, God. Yeah, I know. We have comrades who are, like, Scottish and very on it with, like, Scottish nationalism, which I very much support, but I'm like, the SNP are not it. Do you know what I mean? They're, like, kind of Labourish, but they say some things that aren't like Labour, so apparently that makes them better, but it doesn't matter. No, the Scottish government was trying to be progressive. Basically.
So all hospital wards, all changing rooms, they will all be women only.
I can't be any more delighted. Excuse the tears. It's brilliant news. Lesbians can actually have places of their own.
I mean, some people, like I said, some people just genuinely, like, believe in the bollocks. Just... they refuse to see trans people as the gender that they are. Like, they, I guess, refuse to see queerness as a family. That's just, I feel really fucking disappointed that somebody feels that. I feel sick that these people think that this is liberation. And I'm telling you 100%, like, lady, you look like a bush fucking lesbian like me. You're going to get discriminated against now. Because of this. And you were cheering. We have it in 4K. 1080p. You were cheering at that. You have been used by idiots at best, if we're being kind. Because of your hate for trans women. Or because you feel uncomfortable. Because someone transitions and looks a particular way, let's say. I can't imagine somebody ever treated you like that. So what you took from that, from the experience, I'm speaking butch to butch here, what you took from the experience was, I want to close this and make it even harder to feel safe and comfortable. Like, yeah, it literally is divide and conquer within the working classes. Anything but talking about how fucking under the jackboot we are. Like, as we're going to explore, the ruling is going to hurt cis women as well. It's going to massively hurt trans women, and it's going to hurt cis women as well. I'm not sure what she means. If you want a lesbian-only space, you can have that. You can have, like, a lesbian club. There are trans women who are lesbians. How does having a trans woman who's a lesbian there take away from it? It's the ultimate fuck you. I got mine, but they don't even got yours. They just think they did. It's so hateful. It's so hateful. Yeah, they don't think they're women. Yes, I know. And that is at the absolute core of it. They do not believe in the trans, I guess, not even experience, but they don't believe in the reality of the world, which is that trans people have always exist across huge varieties of different culture, have sometimes been celebrated and been central to the way that customs and spirituality was dictated in different cultures. Since we have fucking been humans with society, right? We have documentation of trans and gender diverse individuals. It is a fucking part of, it's like queerness is like, it's like a coccyx. It's like, it's in us. It's a part of us. It's just there. It always has been. And they just don't see it. They're all older as well. I do note this. Did I miss the part of the stream where LHS shouts trans rights now? Trans rights now. Sorry, my dad is my dad, true ally, by the way, is chatting about women's footy. I will watch the highlights, Dad. Dad. We even have a term, it's transbians. I'm glad that usually lesbians are very trans supportive because women do be sexy. They do. Women's be pretty. I hold back from saying this because it feels, we live in a world where the flip side, you have to remember I lived in places like Thailand and stuff as well, where I don't even know how to say this. Some trans women are like breathtakingly gorgeous, like models, you know? And we obviously live in a world where there is a variety of how people look, but there are, I think what happens across that spectrum and across the world is that transness is commodified, and a lot of trans people find themselves, because of discrimination, having to engage in sex work. Sex workers essentially, right? There are many people who are trans that I know, and I'm like, they're hot as fuck. Given an opportunity, I'd date the shit out of that person, you know, and safely and consensually and stuff. I just don't thirst on stream because I'm aware that we live in a world where, like, there is a particular kind of, like, trans, like, there is a phenomenon around trans women that's very, like, reductive. And don't worry, we were gonna have this as an intersection between the points, Ninja. I got you. But yeah, like a chaser, somebody who's like really objectifying the trans experience, on their transness rather than on their womanness. And I guess that's how I see it. I see it as a woman who I think is hot as fuck, of which I'm a blush if I go into it in too much detail. But yeah, they're out there. Is all I'm gonna say. Oh Lord. You know, whether that be on this platform or off the platform or elsewhere, I would never say. Anyway, right. Famously, lesbian bars are actually legal, not in the UK, because of this legislation. There is a bar in London. Trans people. Shout out trans people. Who the fuck just did a fucking shout out to trans people? That's really funny. Shy girl, was that you? Shy, was that you? Me and Shy have, who I am going to do a shout out for soon. Sorry. Chat's really busy if I don't read things. don't take it personally. Like something I have to adjust to if like things get busy and I have a bit more of an audience now than I used to. Like I can't always read everything out, you know? That was totally shy then, but like I used to just go into Shy's. I'm a mod in Shy stream, just like shout out crabs if we're crab raving. Shy's like, stop it. So I think that's who that was. Hold on. I will take it personally because you love me more than others. Okay. You can always ignore because I don't want people to think I'm like, it's a balance, and there's like a point where it tips and you literally can't read all of it, and it's about 50 plus ish viewers, 50 to 60, especially if people get like really animated, which is great. I really appreciate it. Like this is something I'm passionate about as well. I want my friends in the trans community to like not be the fucking victims of mass systemic fucking structural state violence that's targeting them, that's also going to target other people, get clipped as well, right, by it, non-gender conforming people, because I believe that people who are marginalized, their marginalization negatively affects the whole of society. Genuinely. That's something I've always believed, right? And we will explore exactly how, literally, legally, later. But I think at a very fucking fundamental level, if you have people in your environment and your communities who are not live, laugh, laughing, no, but not like, not being given the tools, and obviously I think socialism is the best tools to do it, right? But like not being given the tools to excel, we literally are creating systems that stymie human development for nothing other than hate. But in this instance, it's not just hate, it's targeted hate by right-wing wankers who know that it distracts people. It distracts people from the real enemy. Also, just as a side note, I just want to say my hair looks fucking great today. I fucking love having a mullet so much. Imagine me without a mullet now. Can you even though she's getting, for real, Monkey, she's getting so big. We're what, 6 months into this queen? I love it. Are you in Bali? Yay, doggo! Next thing you're going to be driving I don't know what that is, okay? You're all American. Those photos of you with long, straight hair are fucking weird. It's so funny. Like, for the OGs of the hot sauce community, I once somebody was fundraising and asked me to be in a one shot of Cyberpunk, and I dressed up and I wore a wig and I femmed up, and people fucking hated it. And it reminded me of that day where I was like, people do be hating women. I wore a wig and people were like, take it off immediately. Take it off immediately. We hate it. And I was like, oh, you hate women. I forgot that. Anyway, so these people who are celebrating misogyny that's going to be turned against them any second now, basically won this court case. Let's see, would I drive? Okay, yeah, that's fucking looks amazing. That's sick as fuck. That's sick as fuck. Yo, me, your girl. Fuck you. But it's also my girl because polyamory.
Noise around gender identity in Scotland has been deafening in the wake of Nicola Sturgeon's attempt.
Yeah, that shit fucks. Shout out to the lesbians.
She stepped down as First Minister.
Do you think this ruling puts this fierce debate in Scotland to bed?
No. No, because the people that were arguing the other way feel as passionately as we do.
They're wearing the suffragettes' rosette. So, basically, from their perspective, if we're being kind, there is legislation in our country that protects people on the basis of things like pregnancy. Yes, that the thing is that in itself isn't like, we don't even have to use gendered language there. If there's one person who's a trans man who gets pregnant, I want them to have rights. So you can write the law or make amendments to the Equalities Act that are like, use person, basically, somebody who's pregnant. It does not have to be a woman who's pregnant, right? Tie it into their liberation, and they are basically tying, because oppression for women is frequently blamed on biological essentialism and utilizes biological essentialism to trap women into the domestic sphere of child rearing and certain kinds of work and labor. The liberation of that in this country was on those terms. It was on the terms of biology. We need protection via the biological essentials to protect us against men that will hurt us. That is a nonsensical approach to the liberation of people for a very, very simple matter. It is not biological sex that is the reason why women are oppressed. That's a justification. That is a justification for the oppression of women. The oppression of women is a social construct. It is a product of social relationships, right? And this is where Engels' work's really important. Women have different roles throughout society that are tied into the relationship of biology, technology, and economics, right? And the biology thing becomes less and less important as technology advances. There has always been people who squish that concept as well, and always been trans people who queer those concepts of gendered divisions of society. You can see it, look at indigenous communities and what is now called two-spirit people. There have always been these people. They've always existed throughout society. They just get ignored, right? So the discrimination of women right now is because we live under capitalism, we are subject to the forces of capital. What does this mean, Hot Sauce? Rich people dictate your life way more than anything else. Rich people create the media to chat to you. Rich people fucking invest in the political parties for you to vote for. Rich people be fucking owning the land to rent to you, right? That's the world that we live in. And those rich people were like, we'll get some women to hate on trans women so that they ignore the systemic inequalities that are happening against women, right? We have huge fucking like health inequalities between men and women, right, in this country. And they got idiots to basically fight on the lines of bioessentialism for what they think is going to defend them. But the problem is you cannot like build liberation on some kind of biological, some kind of idea of a biological fact that one person is like X, Y, Z, and that's a woman, and here's the neat categories and parameters, and we close that space off. Breasts, gametes, chromosomes, child rearing, etc. There are so many women who are cis women themselves who slip between these categories, right? Which is why I brought up the thing about my mum earlier, who has Turner syndrome, who would not fit into the definition of a woman for a lot of these freaks. But the important point being, when we seek liberation as feminists, You can't use bioessentialism. What you use is the kind of universality of the fact that our labor is unrecognized and is reproductive and is sometimes directly productive as well, depending on the position of the woman in society. Therefore, we are a part of the class that produces everything in the world, everything of meaning that is oppressed by capitalists. And then specifically, there are ideas and institutions, healthcare, education, that come with certain ideas about what makes a woman and what doesn't make a woman, that then are used by what's called the superstructure, the vibes, to tell us about how we are, how we should feel about ourselves, which is actually really important, because when it goes wrong, it becomes psychology, and it becomes words like hysteria, words like what's the word? The not multiple personality disorders. What's the thing that fucking women are always? Bipolar disorder, right? You're transgressive, so you have bipolar disorder. I've decided that. Like, all of these things are very, very rooted in ideas about what makes a transgressive woman. And I have not been ignoring chat, and as a lot of people have brought up, whiteness, white womanness. Where are the women of color who are apparently very content to take a bioessentialist viewpoint as well? This is the problem. You boil things down to some kind of biological fact where you're fighting for your rights on the basis of the fact that you menstruate. Okay, I don't menstruate anymore, so because I'm having a little bit of a period today. I'm perimenopausal. I did chemo 2 years ago, and it changes it, fucks it up. Okay, so what does that mean now? Am I a woman or not? You know? Okay, no, you have to have that, but then you actually have to have chromosomes. Okay, but when we break that down, this is like super, super complex, and you can't really map like specific, what is the word, alleles that are like, that's the man one and that's the woman one. Okay, not that. Boobs. Okay, what about men that have breasts? What about women that don't have boobs? What about my aunt who doesn't have breasts because of breast cancer and she had surgery to remove them? Okay, no, not that. No, not that. Okay, like, because that's not reality. Also, when people interact with people, they don't see chromosomes exactly, Blue, and it's just a ridiculous basis of oppression, right? And as we're going to explore, the people that wrote this ruling, the people that wrote the initial act are like, fuck this. We wanted trans people to come under the Equalities Act and to be protected. What the fuck's going to happen to a person who's trans mask and maybe has a child and gets pregnant? I don't fucking know. And that's where this hate basically leads. So yeah, basically they cannot. It's a house of cards. Hi, Lemon. A little bit late. It's a house of like bioessentialist cards that they've built their liberation on. And at a moral level, as you know, I support trans rights. But as socialists, like, this is not how you seek the liberation of women. Like, the concept and the roles that women play are products of, you have to do the dialectics, you have to find out where it comes from. And in the UK, as people have said, that's white supremacy and bioessentialism that's been used in a medical model that's super fucking misogynistic and really fucking reductive and very, very, very ill-informed about the conditions around women as well, right? So what instead you should build it upon is the liberation of women and different genders in a society that seeks to de-gender economic output as much as is feasible. As much as is feasible. Like, would there still maybe be a skewing of like more women who have the capacity to have biological children wanting to take more time off so that they can be close to state-run nurseries or work in nurseries? Yes, maybe. But I want to make sure that like we're in a world where these decisions are made on the basis of personality and not gendered expectations about who someone should be in the world. Feminism took decades backwards in progress, then these women are the results. I mean, this is bioessentialist feminism and white feminism combined in the model of liberal political theory, and immediately it like, as we're going to explore today, it is basically going to literally hurt all women. And they have been at best, they're hateful people, and I critique them, but they also have been used by reactionary haters who are very rich to divide the working class and get people who probably didn't give a shit about trans rights to suddenly care about women's sports or something. By the way, they never fucking care about women's sports. Actual women's sports fan, they don't know who fucking the Sam Kerrs are of this world, the Rousseaus, fucking Chloe Kelly, right? They never know. They never know. And if you know who any of the women are who I've just said, we should be friends. And if you don't, it's fine. I'm yapping about football, don't worry. Whenever I argue with transphobes, I start feel like I'm arguing with and then they throw the R word. Well, that says a lot then. If they're going to be super fucking ableist and horrible with a really horrible word, that says a lot. We've been saying for years that transphobia hurts all women, and they're fucking right. You said something that I think is important as well. Black and coloured trans women have the short straw even in their own communities. Absolutely. Because of compounding fucking systemic discrimination that ostracizes people and puts them into substantially more dangerous work as well. They're the same people paying less to women in sports. They will literally laugh at women's sports. They hate it, you know? And as I said, they're old as well. They are older. This is a boomer thing.
The Equality Act still gives transgender people protection against
solidarity, lone voice. Solidarity, lone fucking voice.
I'm absolutely gutted by today's ruling. I think it undoes 20 years of understanding that if a trans person with a gender recognition certificate has obtained that GRC, that they are, for almost all legal intents and purposes, their acquired gender. It feels like the UK is an increasingly scary place to be openly trans, and I think that this ruling is only going to make that worse.
I just remind the House that the right
honourable struggled. FYI, so it fucking did. It fucking did, by the way. Oh yeah, this is...
what a woman was.
For years, it has been an uncomfortable issue for Keir Starmer and his party. The government welcomed today's ruling.
I think what it does do is give clarity.
Blah, blah, blah. This man's forehead's fucking giant. Whoa, the fuck is this? Okay, I'm going to analyse what bollocks he's going to say. But, like, what the fuck is happening there? He looks like an actual egg. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, I'm done. Right. It doesn't give any clarity, by the way. It doesn't give any clarity. It's made things more complicated, which is why we've had to have a year of waiting. People are like, how do we, like, do I have to ban trans people? I don't know. I don't want to. A bunch of, like, the Women's Institute, famous for, like, knitting and jam, shut down in solidarity with trans women. They were like, if we can't allow trans women, some of them shut down, not all of them, but if we can't allow trans women into our ranks, fuck you. And then they welcomed some trans men, so assigned female at birth, who apparently under this legislation means that they would be allowed into, so trans men would be allowed into women's spaces. They welcomed them in and were like, doing fundraisers for trans organizations and stuff. Women's Institute are literally like jam making old women, and they were like, fuck this. Like, you are discriminating against like, you're discriminating against women and our friends, and we don't like this. 1915 in these spaces, yeah, they are, a lot of them are, it is a bit of an old, archaic institution.
And obviously more widely, single-sex spaces are protected in the law, and they will remain protected under this government.
Speaking on a podcast this afternoon, Scotland's First Minister accepted the outcome.
Do you think that on behalf of the Scottish Government you owe women an apology?
Fuck off.
We've acted in good faith on this question. You know, we've tried to navigate our way through two pieces of legislation, and during which, of course, our position has been supported twice by courts in Scotland in this particular case. So the debate has been around. You know,
I think I've heard of that, Hannah.
Definition, and the Supreme Court has concluded on that, and that's an end to the matter.
But politically and practically, the full ramifications of this ruling will need to be assessed long after the singing stops.
Yeah, so, and that's where we're at now, right? This was a year ago, so... Okay. Jenny Jordan, who's in chat, hopefully still, wrote this summary. In short, when a law is passed, if it has big implications for like how the law is like implemented, like how you have your bathrooms, your wards on hospitals, etc. There is basically something called codes of practice, and that is set up by the Equality and Human Rights Commission. On the 21st, they laid out, the Equalities Minister said that they updated the code of practice for services. Parliament has 40 days to vote on it. Once the code is in force, it will have legal status as a statutory code of practice, which is how providers, public functions and associations are supposed to mete out duties set in the Act. These TERFs are singing. What have they won? They've literally won the right to discriminate based on the vibes of someone. I'm not joking. Workplaces have the Employment Code and the Workplace Regulations in 1992. How would that apply, though? Because it's the type of legislation that this is covering as well. Archaeologists have more reasonable methods of sexing skeletons than TERFs do. Well, I'm being so for fucking real. Like, so many cis women will just like be shouted at in spaces now. But yeah, so the Equality and Human Rights Commission hate equality, hate human rights. So even as a liberal institution, they've been infiltrated by reactionary right-wingers for a long time. Basically, because they have the power to do this kind of thing. How do I know? I work with people who left that organization because they saw the Equality and Human Rights Commission basically getting filled with fucking transphobes, racists, misogynists, anti-queer people everywhere. Hi, Eden. They saw it happen and they left because they didn't want to work there anymore for obvious fucking reasons. So this is a group that is liberal information in terms of like what it seeks to do. It's like interpreting law. Law equals how we change society because it's how you need to act. But it's packed or stacked, as it were, with literally reactionary conservatives. Alex Jones, exactly. But here we go.
Significant milestone for equality law in Britain. I'm Mary Ann Stevenson, Chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. I'm pleased to say that our updated Code of Practice for services, public functions and associations has been laid before Parliament by the Minister for Women and Equalities. So what does that mean and why does it matter? The Code outlines how the Equality Act 2010 works in relation to the provision of services, public functions and associations, and explains the steps that should be taken to ensure people are not discriminated against.
So, that covers a very broad set of people and categories, as I said, including women, because it historically came from sex characteristics, biological sex, as I explained before. That's why the fucking transphobes were allowed to win. There is still supposedly there is supposed to be under this, like, you're not supposed to be able to directly discriminate against trans people, technically, but to be clear, it's not even what they're suggesting is bad. What they're suggesting is enforced transphobia. So the updated code of practice is literally basically saying you have to implement transphobia. If you don't, you're discriminating against women. That's what the ruling has said. If you allow a trans person into a toilet, you've discriminated against a woman, so you haven't met the equalities. You haven't abided by the law. That's what this is saying. So, in a very roundabout a way, they have written trans discrimination into the law. Like, trans women can't attend women-only defense classes, even though trans women are some of the most marginalized and victimized women who could probably help, it could be a helpful skill to learn how to defend yourself, right? They can't. And if you allow somebody in and say it's a women's defense class and you allow trans women in, you could be sued by a woman there for not defending the rights of women on the basis of biological sex, which makes no fucking sense, but it's everything. Any association. Women's chess. No. No longer is a trans woman allowed to do chess. Like things that have like absolutely no relationship with gender or sex. Or discrimination against cis men for not allowing them into the women's. Hold on, sorry. I'm gonna go insane. The church next to me, like 25 times a year, plays an entire bell for an hour. Sorry. That's like what happens in my brain, by the way. That's ADHD. In the code of practice, it says trans women have no need for gynecology service. This should be excluded. Despite post-operative trans women, so that's bottom surgery, literally going through outpatient gynecology. Yeah, that's just factually wrong as well. Why the fuck are board games gendered? There's a lot of things that don't need to be gendered. The goal is excluding trans folk from public life and make them hide away. Yeah. So to be clear, it's harder than a goal. You're right, but it's harder than a goal. You are breaking the law if you don't discriminate against trans people within these contexts that I've told you about. Like you're breaking the law. You can have a women's and trans association, but you have to allow trans men as well as trans women, and an exclusively cis women and trans women org is not allowed. Yes, that's the specific. So it's on the basis of the use of the word woman. As far as I know, AMAB people can still play FIDE open circuit as women, but the shit about Magos keeping them out of the women's circuit is weird. So to be clear, it's about clubs and associations and groups in the UK that comes under the equality legislation. So women's chess club now would have to be women and trans people chess club. in order to allow trans women into a space that affirms them and they want to play chess. I'm just using chess as an example because it's like, it's got nothing to do with fucking shit about shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, what, you need titties to fucking, to do a chess? No. To do a woman chess? No. Like, I'm just using that as a point where probably historically it's because men have like ostracized. Holy shit. Sam, thank you so fucking much. Nerd! God fucking damn, we made our sub goal. 420, baby. 420. Thank you so much, Sam. Super fucking appreciated. God fucking damn. Okay, what was I saying? Sorry. It is about whether it is that there are groups that have like women who maybe have like been in a group, let's say like Women Institute, which was just women's getting together. I think it was around the war effort, but it became a women's meetup to do a wide variety of things, from work in the community to knitting and jam together. Or a women's chess group, which is like cis men keep women away from chess. Hypothetically, it's a bit of a male-dominated space. So we want a chess group that's for women. It's got nothing to do with biology or whatever. But the World Chess Organization, welcome in, Megos. This is specifically what we're talking about, only is with regards to associations that would be in the UK. It's a cult. Hey, yo. Grandpa, oh my God. So distracted. Fuck. I need to, okay. Thank you for the follow. Right, folks, we got a hype train. You ever want to see a fucking motherfucking lesbian? Shit, where's my... I have to focus? Okay. I'm very ADHD right now. There's so many things happening. My point that I was speaking about is, this is about associations. It's targeting trans folk. We're going to listen to the rest of this bitch in a second. We hate her. If you want to fund the chaos, though, and you want to see a lesbian do a bunch of push-ups to push it to the limit, I'm going to do that right now. I did work out earlier, though, as you guys saw, so I might be a bit weak. Where's my... Lesbian.
Ronaldo wants you to know they love lesbians.
Thanks, Ronaldo. Chess is yes, exactly right. Sorry, I have to skip through to chat. Yes. This is the ADHD balance. Okay.
Sam_outside is an icon.
This is my full-time job now. I have a lot of expenses. I get my muscles out for money. We're gonna do some push-ups. We're gonna flex. Hell yeah. Whenever we get a hype train, I know people do be appreciating the muscles. Whenever we get a hype train, we will get the fuck on it with making sure I never lose these games. Like a bat out of hell, you crash the gates. Right. Okay, I have to fucking holy shit, Grandpa Simpson, thank you so fucking much for the 5 gifties. These push-ups are for you and Sam and everyone for being here as well. Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. I'll do some push-ups in solidarity. Fuck yes. Right, I have to turn the chroma key off. Okay, let's fucking go. I'm chair dancing. Amazing. I love it. Welcome to the limit. Limit. All of us standing your way. We're in a level 3 hype train. How high can we go? Okay, big.
Welcome to the limit. Standing on the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll be finished. Welcome to the limit. Push it to the limit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I am being asked by a loud mother to come down and get my food, so I'm gonna grab food. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Grandpa Simpson. I hope you were also working out as well. Anybody got a gifty for Cannibalism is Wrong? Who's looking for... Oh my gosh, who's looking for a gifty? Give me 1 sec, folks. I need to, like... I feel super fucking ADHD right now. Super fucking ADHD. I need to just go, like, give my brain, like, a second. Holy fucking shit, Goosted. Thank you so fucking much for sorting out Cannibalism is Wrong. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. I'm going to grab some food as well. Ooh, and thank you, Sam, as always. I know, sorry. Hello. Thank you. I was about to come down. Oh my god, he's like, what the fuck? Right. Let's have a second where... Oh, bollocks. Bollocks. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Just hold on 1 second. Guys, it's so fucking hot and sticky and sweaty. Oh my god, I feel fucking disgusting. Oh no, you've seen my budget blue screen. Haha, now you can't anymore. Mwahaha. You've seen the lie now, though. Okay. Centered. Trans rights. Let's take this as an opportunity for all the allies. Everybody, I want you to fucking spam for our trans homies in chat. Next time, mate, next time. For our trans homies in chat, the trans people are your fucking friends, and that you'll ensure, if you can, sign up to orgs that we're going to talk about and stuff in the UK. I'm sure comrades elsewhere will tell us. But you are being as good a friend to the trans community as you can. Let's fucking go!
Respect to the trans community. And fuck you, trans folks.
Trans people are my friends.
Trans folks gonna catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for
we're going in. Trans people are my friends.
Trans folks gonna catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for we're going in.
Oh. Okay. That wasn't on purpose.
I'll knock you out. Transform, show your fucking out. I'll knock you out.
Fucking women, eh? Trans people are my friends. Transphobes come catch these ends. Trans people are my friends.
So respect them for
we're going in. Trans people are my friends.
Transphobes storms come catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for where
We're going in.
Trans people are
Oh my god, this is so good.
Everyone.
Trans people are my friends. Yes. So. Okay. I'm going to use Jordan's after. We'll go back. This is the update, basically, from the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which is very likely to be voted into law. Would have loved to hear what... Yeah. Trans people are my friends. Thanks, Sam. Hot Sauce Mum is base as fuck. She is. She's great. I am very lucky with the family I have. It was tested quite a bit this year, but we got through it.
Today marks a significant milestone for equality law in Britain. I'm Mary Stevenson, Chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. I'm pleased to say that our updated Code of Practice for Services, Public Functions and Associations has been laid before Parliament by the Minister for Women and Equalities. So what does that mean and why does it matter? The Code outlines how the Equality Act 2010 works in relation to the provision of services, public functions and associations, and explains the steps that should be taken to ensure people are not discriminated against. This includes everyday situations from accessing shops, healthcare and transport, to joining clubs and receiving services from public bodies. No matter our background or our walk of life we come from, we should all have fair access to these services. That's why the Equality Act protects all of us from discrimination, harassment and victimisation.
Thank you so much for the hype train,
folks. The original code was published in 2011.
Choo-choo.
The law has changed considerably since then, so we've updated it to reflect more than a decade of legal developments, including the Supreme Court's judgment last year on the definition of sex.
My mum is wonderful about my trans identity.
Public consultations
Great, but not in the way that she thought. Supportive mum.
Alongside extensive legal analysis, helped us make the code as clear and accurate.
Wait, Eden, what? Hold on, sorry, I'm just going to read the rest of what you
It's
said.
subject to a 40-day scrutiny period. If neither house passes a resolution to reject it, it automatically becomes statutory, meaning it carries legal weight.
Oh, the suit. The evil suit. Yeah, my equality suit.
It's to explain it clearly.
My equality suit, which is what I wear when I'm taking away women's rights for feminism. Got you.
This code does exactly that. Our aim is to make sure that organisations, legal professionals...
Discriminate against trans people.
...will have reliable, up-to-date guidance...
Discriminate against trans people.
...applies to them.
Because they have to discriminate now legally against trans people. That's what they're saying.
You can find out more on our website. Thank you.
I'm so lucky. My parents cooked for me and made me a nice meal. Okay. So let's take a look at what Jordan has written up. We don't need rights. Rights are like the bare minimum. They are needed. You need like legislation, constitutions and courts, etc. Even under socialism. But the notion that this is how you address systemic equality is the problem with liberalism. It doesn't. I have... My rights are completely protected as a disabled person, and my life is terrible and I might die. And I've had no fucking help. And whenever I need help from the council or whatever, etc., I have to fight tooth and nail for it. Yay, liberalism, you know? Okay. Right, we're about to go into an ad break. Hopefully most people won't miss it. I have a way for trans allies to support a trans person. Yeah, of course. Please do send Ko-fi. Send it on over. There's a couple of organizations that I'm going to talk about as well. That are undertaking legal proceedings. That's my life. If anyone has any spare cash for a wee bit of solidarity, get the fuck on it. My god, it's so sweaty. I'm so fucking sweaty. Okay. It is much more than a toilet ban. Here is the summary. Please share far and wide, and this needs to be stopped. So, in public toilets, the use of the toilets is for your biological sex or a universal and accessible facility if one exists. People will have to, like, remodel some toilets. It'll cost loads of money. Changing rooms, gyms, leisure centres, pools. Use of the changing room for your biological sex. How the fuck is a like, so a trans woman has to go into a men's changing room, and a trans man will walk into a fucking gym in the women's section? I'll be like, what the fuck, mate? It's fucking ridiculous. Well, actually, because it's not about that, right? It's about ensuring they don't go anywhere and folks stay the fuck at home miserable. This is what I'm saying. It's fucking apartheid. Like, it's literally enforcing in law discrimination. And why is this stopped working all of a sudden? Hold on. It's enforcing fucking discrimination. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. I'll be like, hi. There we go. US trans folk, check out Riverboat Jack. Yeah, she has raided in to me loads in the morning. I never quite can raid her back just because of time difference. I'd love to though. If one of the mods could do a shouthy for Riverboat, I'd love that. Like, she's from Minnesota, does a lot of organizing. We talk politics, but humor. I mean, ideal, right? Ideal for a lot of folks here. Oh, really? Blue, could you send a link to that, please? Could you please send a link to that? That's really useful advice. Jack's great. I usually wake up for the end of her streams, but they're really good. Awesome. Yeah, from what I've seen, the thing is I'm normally streaming, right? Or asleep. But from what I've seen, shit's great. Thank you so much. Refuges and shelter. So a trans woman will have to go to a man's refuge shelter. That's fucking ridiculous. Any trans woman who, and I don't know the statistics, but I think it's going to be bad. Any trans women who are hurt by a partner and need to leave, thank you so much. Will have to go to, no, I think there is men's refuge. There's only one or two, and I think it's London and Birmingham. But yeah, they'll be like, why is there a woman here? You know? But again, that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is a trans person doesn't go anywhere and they stay in an abusive relationship. Services will cease to fucking exist. Like this, it's awful. Breast and cervical screenings. Women's breast health is related to hormones. Trans women grow breasts. That's going to put women's lives at risk. Biological sex basis, trans-inclusive adaptation isn't required. What about trans men who have cervixes and don't have surgery? People are gonna die. No boobed up trans girls out there. I said earlier I'm gonna be respectful. Please make sure. There have been so many times too that trans women are not allowed in women's shelters. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not surprised. That's fucking appalling. Trans women. 3 years on my tits have been enough to the point I need regular check for lumps. Yeah. Yeah. People will die. Yeah, I'm going for a Kitty, I'm going for a smear at the beginning of June. Like, why can't... I mean, it's yearly, isn't it? You're supposed to be tested yearly. I've had issues with my GP. Was trying to get them to change my sex marker because in Scotland that's the way to get placed on the breast cancer screening list. I'm so sorry, Blue. That's really fucking... That's shit. You deserve, like... You fucking deserve... like, proper medical attention. You're a trans woman, but you could still... You don't... understood. Whether you have had surgery or not, though, is none of my business. I have G-cups. I'm at the risk of breast cancer. Oh, God. Does breast size correlate with increase? There's a dog that's outside who wants to come and say hi. I will give you Othello as a treat for us looking at this because it's shit. Single-sex sports clubs, great. Like, already there's a huge problem with trans people being ostracized from sport. And now this is just going to continue. More tissue means more chance of error in your tissue. Understood. That makes sense. The chest band was insane. It's pretty wild, right? Like, religious single-sex services. That's horrible. Exclusion of biological... Wait. Communal accommodation? Where the fuck are trans... So a trans woman who's homeless has to be placed with a bunch of men. People are, like, already... All of the ways in which trans people are systemically oppressed, it's going to compound that. And this literally only seeks to completely try and remove trans people from society. As if homeless services aren't fucking dangerous enough. You what, suddenly have to be next to a bunch of men? Or you're a trans man surrounded by women and you don't know them. You don't know what state they're in, how violent they are. Unfortunately, Hammock, it's the whole UK. That's why the SNP that were like, unfortunately, we have to comply with this because they do. It's literally throwing out the most vulnerable people in society who are, by the way, young people who make up about 10% of the population are queer, make up like 40% of homeless young people in this country. So obviously a substantial amount of those people will be trans. This is like genuinely quite a lot of people. Like, for reasons that I hope are evident to people, you can be thrown out by families. You can be ostracized. You can lose your work because you're trans. You can find it hard to get work because you're trans. So homelessness the rates are significantly higher because of discrimination. So this is really scary. This is really fucking scary. This is the first national ban globally. UK. This is the world's first history, more impactful than even the reddest of the US states. It's awful, Jordan. A great short by Jamie Dodger on this. He has a degree on trans studies and is a trans man. Thank you. We'll take a look at it just after we finish this. This guy, I know him. Yeah, he's good. Okay. I remember seeing him transition on early YouTube. Schools. This I do know a bit about because I supported young people who were trans via schools, and already it just will make like schools absolutely 100% a site for trauma around PE, around understanding themselves in terms of like biology and like what's the word? I forget, someone will know. Like sex education and everything, like they're just going to be completely fucking limited. Prisons, great. Like our trans people are going to die. Trans people are going to fucking die. Like literally, this is fucking like, this is like structural fucking genocide that's being built in. Like if you put a trans woman into a man's prison, let's say they're a violent offender, like what the fuck's gonna happen? We already are dying. Exactly. It makes it's gonna embed it even more. Like it's the fact that like I keep on stressing, this is the law. It is illegal now to protect trans people in this country. It is illegal to have a prison that's affirming, to have a religious single-sex space that is open to trans people. It's illegal. That's the level that we're getting at, and what Jordan is stressing is important. Like, this first of a kind, this level of hate. And something I need you to ask yourself, how is this going to be policed? Some of this is going to be policed by people in social situations. What happens with intersex people? What happens with people that don't fit into these boxes, by the way? Like, what happens? If anything, I fear, because I don't want to get hate crimed. I'm so sorry, especially in America where people carry... Yeah, I guess luckily we don't have guns, but like the capacity for our state and our culture at the moment to enact violence on trans people is still very much there, as is evident, right? They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, right? This actively encourages vigilantism. Yes, because the whole point is it's saying you need to uphold the Equalities Act. The Equalities Act is about defending marginalized people. So if you actually support trans people, let's say go to a fucking football club, you're breaking the law and you need to be stopped. Like, are we gonna have a bunch of fucking men coming to women's football and trying to regulate a bunch of fucking butch people and trans people and queer people into how they can play sports? Probably. It's deputizing the most vile and revolting people in society to carry out their apartheid. Yeah. Oh, they'll call themselves, yeah, exactly. With a smile on their face, pretty big oof, because they know that they don't actually mean it. And it's a fucking joke. If you don't actively discriminate, yes. And you accidentally let a trans person in, you can and most likely would be sued. So you remember when I was getting really angry at those women celebrating at the start? This is why. How is this going to be enforced? so many women that don't fit into their fucking idea, their little white old idea of what being a woman is, are gonna get harassed in spaces. Equality, freedom, because there is an obligation on people to manage this. And we already live in a transphobic, queerphobic society. And there'll be smug, yeah, a little smirk, you know? Yeah, you've sent this before. The only reason she's even been seen is because she's a white trans woman. Many forget about the trans people of color who are also being killed. Yeah, I saw this. This is horrible. For 19-year-old that was, you said you might have attended this uni, but yeah. Jesus Christ. She's a sister, but she's pretty much violently trans supportive. Cool, good. We should, if you've got any stuff you can send over, we can maybe, when we need a palette cleanser, I've got some stuff planned, but we can take a look at it. Okay, let's listen to
We just want to
Jammy Dodger. One sec.
protect women in women's spaces. This is a valid and important thing, but when framed in the context of discussing trans people, is transphobic.
He turned himself in.
Trans women. The intention of this sentence in a trans context is to exclude trans women from women's spaces,
Yes.
therefore jeopardizing the safety of trans women. But trans women do not pose any kind of threat or danger to cis women within women's spaces and are just being...
How many times I need to fucking say, no trans woman be taking my rights. No trans woman has stalked me. No trans woman has followed me too close and made me feel super fucking uncomfortable. I've been assaulted and it's always been by men, never by a trans person. Fuck's sake. The volume's low.
We just want to protect...
Where's the volume? Hello? Never have, like, women's rights been attacked by trans people, ever.
women in women's spaces. This is a valid and important thing, but when framed in the context of discussing trans people, is transphobic, specifically when discussing trans women. The intention of this sentence in a trans context is to exclude trans women from women's spaces, therefore jeopardizing the safety of trans women. But
They also
women do not pose any kind of threat
They don't want to protect women. They don't give a fucking shit about women.
or danger to cis women within women's spaces and are just being used as a scapegoat by transphobes. If you really want to protect women and women's safety, then tackle the real issue, and that issue is definitely not trans women, and trans women deserve to be recognized and protected as women too. We just want to protect women in women's spaces. This is a valid...
It's an excuse to be exceptionally hateful. Yeah. And all of this is social control. All of this is social control. That the fucking cis-normative, het-normative shit enforces, you know? It's misogyny and it's about controlling women, as always. Right. So, the people who wrote the law have literally said, this isn't what we wanted the Equality... This isn't what and how we wanted the Equality Act to be used. You aren't listening to us. The people who wanted to, at least under liberalism, somewhat protect people. Apparently that doesn't matter. Like I said, this is being co-opted, and we're gonna do a bit of reading after this from a leftist perspective. Yes. Hold on. It's a short book about yeah, all of a sudden TERFs are... So we're going to go to section 4, which is looking at why trans excluded radical feminists have become a part of British feminist mainstream. Oh, I think we should go to section 3 as well. That looks good. Marxism. We'll see how dry it is. The gamete. Oh my god, the freaks. A woman has a gamete. Who the fuck? What the fuck are you on about? Shut the fuck up, trans rights now. The making of man the hunter and woman the gatherer. Okay, this looks really interesting. I don't want to read like a million pages though. I do want to get a snack though. That shit was good. Hey, I'm gonna go give my mummy a kiss on the cheek and say thank you for cooking for me. My dad cooked a banging meal yesterday because there's a relatively genderless division of labor. Yes. If you want to read this whole book, it's also in the Discord. So, I will also link the Discord for anyone who's interested in coming to join the Hot Sauce community. I'm going to get a snack, and there might be a dog who follows me and says woof woof woof, hello, woof. Excuse me. And then we are going to focus on what we can do to help. I've got a couple of things, and thank you so much, Bluish, for sending this thing about the P key over. And if anyone else has any other, so I have the Good Law Project and some of their analysis and stuff. But if anybody has anything else that they'd suggest in chat, please do send over. I'd really appreciate it. Like, I found some things, but I'm sure that there's more out there. Right, we're trying to find the section on the UK. Ooh. Trans children's brains. Something people need to know as well is that there are communist parties in the UK that are really transphobic. So transphobic, they have written books on how fucking transphobic they are. I am not joking. They've written books about how, like, transness is a fucking anti-materialist invention, which is super white. Again, yeah, they're white and old as well, by the way. What a shock. What a shock. So yeah, I will never ever fuck with these cunts. Hold on. If I go... Is there just something... Yeah. Okay. Transphobia, fascism, and common sense. I was just there and I can't click on it. I'm a kill myself. I'm Brian Kill Me. Okay, we're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. It was like here, it was 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 here. Here we go. Oh. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. The ACP, yeah, the ACP are just Nazis. They're literally just Nazis. 4chan Nazi. They're actually like male Andrew Tate wannabes. Like, genuinely, they're in the manosphere, which is why like 90% of the 95% of the organization's men. I use it to describe authoritarian commies. What, ACP? ACP are literally just like fascists. I'd say the Communist Party in Britain is like a little bit like different, but I don't know. Tankies? I mean, I don't think it's useful. I think that these are like thought terminating cliches. Some people think I'm lib and some people think I'm a tanky. So at that point, it's like, let's say you have problems with the use of authority in some socialist states, me too. I would encourage it to see it as a discussion rather than us labeling people as like X, Y, Z. I use the term democratic socialism very specifically for my own Marxist viewpoint, because I take the concept of not democratic centralism, I'm not a Leninist, like really seriously. And I encourage you all to go down your own paths and understand what the conclusion to these things are, because being like, these guys like Mao and Stalin or some shit, I will ban you if you argue about Stalin in this chat. I find it a complete useless use of people's time when like Cuba's gonna be fucking invaded, trans people are under attack, like and if there's no shots fired there, right? If you want to do that, I'm not going to come in and stop you. I'm talking about my space though. You know what I want to do here, I won't do it here. Like I literally hate it. I hate people arguing about this shit. It gets no one anywhere. But I would argue to address things more broadly and try and view folks as comrades inherently, even people that, so to be clear, the kind of people that you're probably talking about are people that I don't politically actually agree with. I genuinely take like a sort of universal suffrage, democratic, like multi-party socialist structure as something like really fucking important and integral, but I've got there after reading a bunch and thinking a bunch. And I only apply it to Britain. I don't apply it to other countries because what democracy is and what accountability is looks very different in different contexts, and I'm okay with that. But like, I encourage it as a convo, basically. Because I think we should develop together an understanding of the things that we believe are useful and important. For me, justifying whether Stalin was right in gulagging enough people, I don't think is a good use of our time. You know? But the question of should the state have the authority to do that en masse, you know, is a question that you can have if you want to build a socialist state in the future. As long as you kind of focus on your state and don't be like, well, in Vietnam, they do X, Y, Z, and I hate them. Anyway, I need to pee. We're going to do some reading, and then we're going to watch some documentaries that the lovely Doggo has sent over about the trans experience in Thailand. They also think that they can ally with Nazis to fight capitalists. Who said that? If you're a communist spouting transphobic rhetoric, you're not that different from a Nazi. I mean, there is a lot of like reactionary sentiment in a lot of people, and I guess we all need to be doing work and having conversation. Like, actually, on that note, there's an important point I want to make. I absolutely started off when I was younger as someone that was, I wouldn't have called myself transphobic, but I definitely had absorbed like the transphobic baseline and the queer environment that I first got involved in when I was younger did not have a lot of trans representation. I live in a very rural place. Not a lot of visible and proud trans representation. I got that later on. And I was very misinformed, and it never verged onto hate, but I'd say I was a bit dismissive and a bit rude about the trans experience. And then I got to a point where I was like, okay, well, I want to support trans people. And it was a bit libbish and a bit like, you do you, queen. And now I'm like, fuck this. Like, I want a fucking society that like 100% has trans people's backs. 100%. And if you don't, I think you're a piece of shit. You know? So there's been my own journey there, I've learned, right? And I guess we have to hope that people change. But there are people that are making money being transphobic. So fuck them. It's not just some person you've met, you know? It's not some guy. They're trying to build a platform that's built on transphobia, the Communist Party in the UK and the ACP in America, so they can fuck right off. They're not interested. They're fucking joke. I'ma do a Black Panther, but like, I like Thomas Sankara as well. By the way, one of the most important feminist icons of fucking like revolutionary history. Yeah, but like, not for women, not for queer people, not for baristas. Because as everyone knows, when you become a barista, you move class. Baristas, the bourgeoisie now, you know. Anyway, before I think they're plants as well. There's definitely fucking Fed money up in that bullshit. Definitely 100 motherfucking %. Folks, we're going to focus and lock in on some reading in a sec. Somebody just asked me a question. I don't know Rathbone very well. Ben, I feel like the only thing I've ever seen of Rathbone is something where he was genuinely anti-Semitic. Which, fuck that. You know? Fuck that hate. Just real work like repairing ham radios. Oh my god. Just get a fucking dike. Like, the thing is about those men as well, they'll be like, yeah, I'm a real man. I can like fix things. I'm a trained carpenter, by the way. And like have dug up bombs. And I'm always like, literally, I know so many women and queer people that can just do the things that you've coded as man in your head. In the north of England, there used to be a really famous lesbian car mechanics. It was really, really famous, right? They were really good. Service loads of people's cars, like legendary queer status. And it's like, but they're such fucking fragile men. It's like the entire liberation project is tied into their fucking egotistical sense of self. It's just the same as like when you're 16 and you put up a picture of Che Guevara, but you're 16, so it's kind of okay. You are discovering yourself and you'll learn as time goes on. But they're like fucking 35, and I guess by the looks of things, pretty fucking pathetic, you know? When they built, oh my god, Rose, they built some fucking raised garden beds. They weren't raised, they were just on the floor, sorry. They built garden beds, and they were literally just on the floor. So that's gonna rot in like, you probably won't even get like one cycle out of it. That's how dumb they are. They took pictures and everyone was fucking roasting the shit out of them. Like, they think they're like, yeah, I'm a real boy. I look at me with my hammer. I'm a real boy. And it's like, you have made this person's life harder. You know? Not to throw any shade at Brother Shay. Yeah, it's the... Obviously, there's actually some stuff about Shay's... Like, I want to focus on Cuba next week because I genuinely think an invasion of Cuba will happen. And there's some like revolutionary writing from Shay that we'll look at next week. But it's more that like surface level ego stuff as opposed to deeper. Look, I am trying to change this world. I want people to be happy, healthy, productive, and not oppressed. Okay. So, yeah, Rathbone, I don't think I know a lot about, but I think the one thing I've seen of him, I think, if it's who I think it is, was him being weird and anti-Semitic. And, like, making some kind of statement about Israel, but making it about, like, Jewishness. And I was like, no. Why are you doing their propaganda for them and conflating Judaism with a fucking Nazi state? Like, fuck right off. But... it might not have been him, so I could be wrong. I need to pee. I've needed to pee for 20 minutes. Stop being interesting. I'll be back in 1 sec. Stop asking me interesting questions. And I'm like... today is one of those days where I'm like... I do sometimes wish that I understand why people medicate their ADHD sometimes. And it's because I wanted to tell a story today, so I had to link the dots and I had to try and keep it together and engage with chat and then come back to it. I think I did okay. I hope I did okay. If there are any questions, but to like seal that kind of concept that we were talking about, it is going to be fucking put in law that you have to systemically discriminate against trans people in loads of different spaces. First of its kind, fucking terrible. Thank you. What time is it? Not quite time for meds. But I'm ADHD and I'm medicated. I can do things like clean. I can clean. It's the thinking process for me. I get like very overwhelmed. Right, yes, and executive function. Have you maybe gotten on this notion that there's a problem with executive function from the last 10 minutes? Hey, we've got a guest. Hello. Come here. Come here. No, no, no. Okay, there's your nose. Is it your nose? Is it your nose? Hello. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, woo, woo, woo. Just a little nose poking out. Hi. No. You want this? Oh, I didn't think you'd want this. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yeah, he's... Look at this. You can see where my food is, look. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Hi, Jenny's pregnant. He's such a fluff. You okay? You just spat that out on my floor. What the fuck, mate? Mate, what the fuck? Othello? Oh, he's eating it, which is kind of gross. You give me kisses with that mouth, don't you? Okay. Can you please just tell people how you feel about trans rights? I agree. He says trans rights now, or he'll bite transphobes on the bum. Baby, you're so lovely. I love you so much. Sniff, sniff, sniffer. Sniff, sniff, sniffer. Sniff, sniff, sniffer. Okay, I'm going to do some reading, mate. I don't think you're... This is alcohol gel, because you are full of bacteria, and I don't want that near me. Got that dog in him. Okay, get out now. You're being... doggy. Good boy. Right. We're going to focus. We're going to do a little bit of reading. Hi, Shy! Hope you're well. Hope your stream was good. Oh my god, this fucking bullshit blue screen that's falling on my head, but you can't see it. Okay. I hope your stream was good, my love. What a boy. What a boy. Okay. I take Ishidor, and goodness gracious, I hate the stink of aerosolizing alcohol gel. Oh, really? I don't mind it. Okay. Like a punch in the face. I guess I use it so much, I'm sort of indifferent to it, but yeah. Fascist movements arise and try to take power during moments like our present, when capitalist democracies are seemingly in terminal crisis. Fascism's populist demagogy draws on and takes to extreme levels ideologies that are inherent to capitalist imperialism. Racism, patriarchy, eugenicism, ultranationalism, and anti-communism. Today, fascism is again rearing its ugly head. Polish ultranationals march under the slogan of a pure Poland, white Poland. In 2018, Steve Bannon, a former chief strategist to Trump, told far-right nationalists in France, let them call you racist, let them call you xenophobes, let them call you nativists, wear it as a badge of honour. Throughout Western Europe, far-right and anti-migrant parties are making parliamentary advances. In this climate, and assisted by social media, it has become very easy for scientific racists to attract funding and support. The fuck is a scientific racist? It's just eugenics, right? While the resurgent race science has emanated from America, it's had an impact in Britain, including a recently exploded London Conference on Intelligence. It's just eugenics, yeah. A prominent figure, was at UCL, which run for 3 years, was the white nationalist Richard Lynn, who is called for the phasing out of populations of incompetent cultures. Lynn's Pioneer Fund was founded by Nazi sympathizers with the purpose of promoting racial betterment and has links with neo-Nazi Richard Spencer, former Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke, and Nick Griffin, leader of the British National Party. Jesus fucking Christ. Skull measurements and the like, indeed. The anti-LGBT orientation of fascists is an extension of their patriarchal worldview. In Britain, during the late 1970s, the Fascist National Front, derogatorily dubbed the Anti-Nazi League Anal. In interwar Germany, there was a thriving quote-unquote transsexual community, and the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft, Institute for Sexual Science, was formed to research and advocate for sexual minorities. It pioneered gender confirmation surgery and hormone replacement therapy, and also housed a large archive of LGBTI+ history. Upon taking power in 1933, one of the first things the Nazis did was destroy the Institute, burning the entirety of its archive. The Nazis created new policies that led to the incarceration, castration, and eventual extermination of LGBTI people. In 1979, the original TERF, Janice Raymond, referred to trans men as the final solution of women, rhetoric that continues to be repeated by TERFs and which cynically erases and trivializes the Nazis' specific targeting of trans people and the destruction of pro-LGBTI knowledge as a part of the Holocaust. Extreme anti-LGBT attitudes never disappeared, and trans people are the canary in the coal mine. In October 2019, a Telegraph column argued it's time trans people carried ID cards. That's what they... By the way, that might even be proposed as a solution. Just show your ID. Show your gendered ID. What Britbongers in chat and anyone who listens to me when I yap, what is a very unpopular policy that's also being planned by the British government and potentially might get fucking shoehorned in again. What's probably a policy that unites left and right in how much people hate it. Digital ID. Digital ID, exactly. And Sex Matters, which are a hate campaign group. They'll get it through when people aren't looking, Bluish, because it's so unpopular, but they want it. We have to remember we're the ones who were liberated from the camps and sent back to being jailed at home. Exactly, Kitty. Yep. Where trans activist movements have attempted to assert their rights, violent reprisals have often followed. Less than a year after Austrian genderqueer performer Conchita Wurst's Eurovision victory, a transgender refugee was found murdered in Vienna. In 2016, a Turkish trans woman who'd famously been involved in resisting police efforts to disrupt Istanbul Pride, Hande Kader, was found dead and burnt in a forest. Oh my God. While extreme transphobia is often assumed to be limited to the US, across Europe, traditionalist groups are organizing varied efforts under the pretext of opposition to gender ideology. Opposition to gender ideology includes efforts to keep gay marriage outlawed, as the failed Slovakian 2015 constitutional referendum, or large protests organised by French neo-fascist group Génération Identitaire, while also pursuing the delegitimization of trans people. In Putin's Russia, trans people now cannot get driving licenses because they're deemed mentally ill. In Hungary, fascists attack pride marches, and Viktor Orban's far-right government has banned gender studies, which portrays it as a Marxist plot to undermine traditional values. Orban declares that people are either born male or female, and that it's unacceptable to talk about socially constructed genders rather than biological sexes. Marxist threat was invoked in Australia to defeat the Safe School program, which was intended to make life safer for LGBTI students. Well, fuck kids then, apparently. They hate them. That would also, by the way, make their friends safer. The Trump administration's Department of Health and Human Services wants to legally define sex as a person's status as male or female based on immutable biological traits identified by or before birth. In this context, gender critical, the preferred self-descriptor of TERFs is a euphemism akin to white supremacists calling themselves race realistic. He did lose, but he was replaced by a guy who's not great. You know? Hi, Bri. Hope you're well, my love. Welcome in, Biker, as well. Just give me 1 sec, folks. I am going to take some meds. Those who don't know, I'm severely immunocompromised and I have to take like so much medication to stay alive. Okay. I'm so scared for my trans partner living in one of these Eastern Bloc countries. I mean, Stella, are you in America? Genuinely, I would go to Thailand if I lived in, if I was trans, sorry. I'd go to Thailand. We're going to finish today watching a documentary about trans experiences. Don't get me wrong, it's not liberation and rainbows and kisses and sunshine. Absolutely. It's the best surgeons in healthcare in the world. And just a culture. And I wasn't really in expat culture that much. I was mainly like living and working with Thai people and expats. I guess like a bit of an overlap in both. Like, and it was a super affirming environment. Trans like visibility is very much a thing in Thai culture. There are problems everywhere, but yeah, I would go. Yeah, if of course money is always an issue. Monetary means to move there, yeah. You can seek asylum on the basis of being trans, but you would have to build a case. I mean, seeking asylum is it is a long process to go through and deeply traumatizing. But yes, sorry, back to this. And like race realists and race scientists, transphobes use misleading or indirect language and distorted data to bolster traditional fascist arguments. So, the turf media explosion in Britain and elsewhere, who I told you some of the groups have been pushing for this law, and we now have, for those who have just come in, we have a situation in the UK where it was, it's basically, you have to discriminate against trans people in gendered settings, like a women's club or a ward for women or something in a hospital setting, or breast cancer screening because that's for women. You have to discriminate against trans people. There was a write-up by an organization last week that's been submitted to the government. They're going to sign it off. And yeah, they are literally creating some of the most oppressive legislation imaginable. This is about the new guidance? Yes. Yes. Hello, Spooky. People fleeing from the US are going to places like Scandinavia. Yeah. Trans apartheid, exactly. It's fucking terrible. Okay. As I was explaining earlier, sorry, I've suddenly got like a really dry mouth. The turf media explosion in Britain and elsewhere is a direct result of neoconservative and far-right dark funding networks. Open Democracy has revealed that the US Christian right fundamentalists linked to the Trump administration and Steve Bannon are amongst a dozen Americans that have poured $50 million of dark money into Europe over the last decade. It's more than that. Globally, it's about 8.7 billion in hate. So much money there is in hate. The UN did a report last year. This is a bit old. The same political forces driving for abortion can be to be outlawed or attempting to bar trans people from public life. And to be clear, they are succeeding in trying in the UK, and I fucking hate it. The Anti-LGBT Heritage Foundation, founded by anti-Semite and eugenics supporter Paul Weyrich, funds alt-right figures like Steve Bannon and has international links with fascists in Eastern Europe and Britain. The foundation is financed by oil magnates like the Koch brothers, who have also funded British far-right magazine Spiked and is a key ally of Trump. It is an influencing force behind the newly formed trans-exclusionary LB alliance in Britain. Exactly what I was saying earlier. Epstein spin guy, yep. One of the speakers at the LGB Alliance launch event, Gary Powell, has active ties with the Heritage Foundation. Powell also writes for Public Discourse, a division of the Witherspoon Institute, which is anti-immigrant, homophobic, and anti-abortion. Lovely. In January 2019, the Heritage Foundation held an event in Washington, D.C., featuring members of the transphobic feminist group Wolf and prominent British TERF Kelly J. Keane Mitchell, Posey Parker, and Julia Long, discussing opposition to trans rights. By the way, Posey Parker has started appearing on literal Nazi podcasts now. Famous feminist Nazis, you know. Absolutely ridiculous. Posey Parker is a legit. Yeah. Hi, Piss Real. Welcome in, mate. Arguably, people that approach in that, but at the rate things are going, I'm worried that no's going to accept us and just send us back to the US, where ICE will be waiting. I would not recommend coming here for this reason. Ireland has decent enough trans support that's better. There is a bit of a wave of anti-migration stuff, but complete side note, a shoplifter was murdered by a security guard in Ireland, and he was from the Congo, and it's there's a George Floyd sort of protest movement that's happening in Ireland at the moment. It's pretty awful, the video. He's murdered in front of a crowd of people in the middle of the street. It's really intense. But there's a bit of an illusion, I think, of liberalism in Ireland, but we have come far. It's better than here. Wait, was it Spain? I thought it was Israel that beat up those people. It wasn't Spain. It wasn't Spain. I swear it wasn't Spain, but I could be wrong. Northern Ireland doesn't have the Equalities Act, and because of the Good Friday, they'll tie themselves in knots in European courts with the British government, and they'll try and mess with things that not. Spain. Oh, when they came back. Oh, fuck. That's awful. Thalian Fairchild has traced how the whole idea to extract the T from the LGB was introduced at the far-right, deeply religious value voter summit back in 2017 as a mean to weaken our community via division so our rights are easier to oppose, leaving all of us vulnerable. Again, to go back to why was I so angry at those queer women who were cis women who were yay, we get to have our lesbian clubs. I'm you dumb, stupid fucking twats. You've been played. Your own hate. You've been played. You learned nothing from your oppression. And now literally Nazis are funding organizations that you support. Nazis who fucking Holocaust queer people. Well done. Well done. At best, they could just be hateful pieces of shit. You know? It's not a coincidence that since 2017, the TERF ideology is the de facto face of feminism, which has helped from Rupert Murdoch and the Times of London. are largely present for various things, and they are, where are you based? Why would women want anything to do with the inherently patriarchal fascist worldview? For decades, black and other women of color feminists have pointed out the potential for white women to perceive an immediate interest in upholding white supremacy. Somebody brought this up earlier, but the fact that all the women like defending, well, celebrating, hating trans people and limiting their rights were all white. This looks like it will explore it. That concept of like white feminism being about like the Betty Friedan feminine mystique kind of approach, which is just really reductive and about one particular kind of woman, you know? As black Marxist feminist Hazel Carby explains, in mainstream British feminism, the involvement of British women in imperialism and colonialism is repressed, and the benefits that they as whites gain from the oppression of black people are ignored. Forms of imperialism are simply identified, if at all, as aspects of an all-embracing patriarchy, rather than a set of social relationships in which white women hold positions of power by virtue of their race. In the 1970s, feminists reclaimed the night marches in England's inner cities, reinforced racist stereotypes about black male sexual aggressors, notions rooted in settler colonialist anxieties about being overwhelmed by the colonized, and were thus capitalized on by the fascist National Front, which set about protecting white women by beating up black men. What have we just seen? Oh. At the Tommy March. Tommy. So this is a bunch of fucking reactionary bullshit things. Yeah. Islamophobic French group Collective. This is like the epitome of white feminism. By the way, I was watching this and it made me so angry. Look what they do.
During the Unite the Kingdom rally organised by far-right
So they did this.
activist Tommy Robinson in central London on Saturday. A group of women took to the stage to
They did that. And whilst they were doing it, the men were like, take it off. Take it off. I don't like Islam. Take it off. Because they're racist cunts. And then they were stood there in their dresses. And they're about to make some statement about protecting women from sexual assault. And then they stood there in the dresses. And the men shouted at them again to get more naked. So they were fucking harassed. Now, fuck them. I hate them. They're fucking Nazis and fascists. I still don't support sexual violence against them. But, like, that's it. That's how transparent it is. They don't care unless they can go beat up some black guy or some Muslim. Now, to be clear, I'm not celebrating them being subject to verbal harassment, specifically on the basis of like take your fucking clothes off anyway, right? I would much rather egg them for being Nazi fucks. It is the transparency in which their like bullshit agenda fell apart. They had a bit and it exposed everything. Ha ha ha. And you know what? It says everything about the female experience. You wear a burqa? Take it off. You're not free. You stand there in your dress? Take it off. I still need to sexualize you, babes. Those are your allies. I mean, good fucking luck. If we are kind to these people, it's a grift that makes them a bunch of money. If we are not kind to these people, they are so racist, they will literally see women get assaulted. And they will absorb harassment and assault themselves from the community that they're speaking to because they're so fucking racist. And they're so deep in the white supremacy. You're not free unless you wear what I tell you. True. Like when everyone is like, yo, look at this picture in Iran. And they haven't got any head veils, and it's like, do you know the pictures you get shown about when Iran was free? Do you know it was illegal to wear head veils then? That's what freedom means. They've been trying to get clips from our marches and they have nothing. One Unite the Kingdom March. Yeah. Well, there was the huge Nakba Memorial March, and it literally didn't get like any coverage apart from in the slightly more skewy lefty Novara medias of the world. Yeah, you affirm your gender. Take it off. So yeah. This, I'm telling you now, this is happening right now. And I'm interested to see them more explicitly connect this phenomenon with the anti-trans phenomenon. Because I think they'll be the same people, but how do they intellectually square that circle? Is it just queerphobia? Is it like you don't fit into a paradigm or a binary of how a woman should be for me? Therefore, I hate you. I don't know. White women also played active and sometimes leading roles in the National Front at branch and national levels. Pratibha Parma and Valerie Amos have argued that patriarchal ideologies exalting white women as mothers and reproducers of the race highlights their interest in upholding white supremacy. That is interesting. What did I say earlier about the fact that these women were hyperfixated on utilizing biological essentialism as their basis for how they were discriminated and how they sought their own liberation? It's a fucking trap. It's a trap that will always trap you in a fucking bioessentialist fascistic viewpoint, like at its root. Because now you're just a mother and a reproducer. And you always will be. And it's like, I can either not choose to do that or I can, and that's freedom. No, it's fucking not. Freedom is the massive amounts of women's work being recognized, the massive amount of women who are creating the wealth of the state being recognized and having direct power over the capital that they produce, as it were, right? The money, the wealth of a society, and then having specific needs met. Feminist Sophie Lewis draws the line to TERFs with an obsession on supposed biological realities of people like Miss Parker, which is a long tradition of British feminism that interacts with colonialism and empire. Right. Click. It's the history. Imperial Britain imposed policies to enforce heterosexuality in the gender binary, while simultaneously constructing the racial other. And not only fundamentally different, but frightened with sexual menace. And from there, it's not a big leap to see sexual menace as anything other and biological realities as essential and immutable. Venice Allen, suspended from the Labour Party for misogynist bullying and harassment, proclaimed on social media that British women are the strongest and most powerful women on the planet. Right. I'm going to be a nerd. There is a brand of feminism that's like feminist nationalism. There's a group called Femen that are Ukrainian far-right nationalists, and they're feminists. I wrote my undergraduate thesis on them. And no matter what, if you tie in your notion of your liberation to the nation state, you will always be framed as mother, as something essential, you know? And as I keep on trying to stress, when women are spoken about on the basis of a biological condition that a lot of people, or biological reality that a lot, but not exclusively, all women have, you miss out the whole host of women who don't have that reality, from trans women to women like my mum, right, who cannot have biological children. And B, you miss out analyzing society, which is fucking stupid. Because you're just making up an idea that you understand the world. And like, a woman's a woman, a man's a man. And we, like, somehow society never talks about it and has never constructed ideas about it. Woman when make machine for cleaning, Man when no cry, hit with hammer. That's what the Bible said. Woman have baby, man die in war. That's the nation state ideological approach, right? Ethnic, gender sort of creations and manifestations, which, yeah, in Britain are deeply tied to the patriarchy and empire. Iran's policies on trans people, I know quite a bit about that. There are movements within even conservative areas of Islam that are trans affirming. Now, to be clear, they kill gay people. They legit kill gay people. So let's not, do you know what I mean? Let's not call it like a queer paradise. But there are some in Pakistan as well. There's a law in Pakistan, unfortunately, that's being challenged. But it uses like hadiths to literally defend trans rights. I don't believe in theocracy, so it's not something I specifically engage with. I wouldn't say it's good. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people that knows too much. I know people that work there. It was one of those, here's a law. The law's supposed to defend your rights. Oh, the reality looks nothing like the law kind of situations, which from my understanding in Iran is the same as well. But like on paper, Iran is more progressive than the UK 1,000% on trans rights. In reality, the lived experience of trans people in Iran and Pakistan are really difficult. Muslim people I know do not give a shit about trans people in the sense that it doesn't bother them. There are parts of like fundamentalist groups that are from Islam that are a part of these funders into these hate groups. But it's like a broad coalition of haters from basically every religious background. So it's definitely not exclusive to like Muslim fundamentalists that are Muslim. It's more fundamentalism with a justification of some kind of religious blah blah blah. When, as everyone knows, Jesus was trans. People don't care much about trans. Well, this is the thing that I think we're going to get on, is that as I keep on, I try to say to people, the baseline wasn't good. I do not want to present to you with some kind of binary idea of like 15 years ago, trans liberation was just around the corner in the UK. Shit was hard. Waiting lists long. No education in schools. A lot of fucking reactionary attitudes. But they weren't like literally in the motherfucking firing line or the, what do you call it, crosshairs of the media and the right wing, and they are now. And we are learning by reading this paper about how that came about. Hello, Raptor. How you doing, babes? How was your panel yesterday? It was like 3 a.m. for me, so I was not there. But I hope it went well. I hope it went well, babes. I have a sore throat and it's freaking me out a bit. The likes of The Guardian, The Observer, oh my god. The Guardian, and it's like, thank you for giving a shouty for our boy Raptor. The Guardian is just like, I didn't even know what to say. It had like literally revolutionary origins from Manchester as a newspaper that was like for the working class. And now it's like the most dog shit bullshit ever. From an Observer's, it seemed to go well. I can't believe it went for over 3 hours. It felt short. Orwell wrote for them. Presumably when Orwell was cool before he started becoming weird in his later years and being like, he became reactionary, didn't he? The staff of the US Guardian actually wrote a letter criticizing their transphobia. Shit, man. You know, things are bad when we got the US telling us to behave, you know? Okay. It's a relative term. That's yeah. A recent study of online transphobia, which found over 1.5 million transphobic posts over a 3.5-year period, pinpointed racism as the biggest correlate of transphobia in the US and a major correlate. The study showed that there was an escalation of online transphobia, including for violence and genocide. The most prominent... Hold on. This... Oh, right. The most prominent TERFs are pro-establishment, white liberal women, often with senior journalist jobs. These same TERFs are falsely depict trans people, and particularly non-binary people, as universally young, white, able-bodied, and middle class. Socialists, yeah, I get told all the time that I'm like, by other socialists that like, being queer is a middle-class bourgeois ideology, and I'm like, you're a fucking Marxist and you use the term middle class. You don't know shit. Shut the fuck up. Sit the fuck down. I've been putting out recommendations to green councils how this can be resolved. This will be... Hey, I'm glad that you are trying, Morton. I think that it's going to have to be at a higher level. I think it's going to have to be at a higher level. Sadly. See, motherfuckers say that socialism is a white ideology. I mean, obviously, there's a problem of, like, white politics, like, in Western Marxist interpretations. But when you take a step back, like, that's ridiculous. Like, hello, China? Hello, Vietnam? Like, hello, Black Panthers? You know? Like, huh? Hello, EFF? Hello, Communist Party of Kenya? Huh? Yeah, Russia. Huge chunks of parts of Russia. The reality is the opposite. There is a national media ceaselessly thrusting megaphones towards the faces of TERFs and one or two establishment trans women, and the mainstream press silences trans voices by seeking a spurious balance in which experts are rebutted by non-experts and they undermine real debate. The majority of open trans misogynists claiming to be leftists are divorced from the struggles of the working poor and racially oppressed. Absolutely. Sorry. This is something that I think is really important, and why, even though I have my reservations about basically every political establishment in the UK, the hard lines I have about the communist groups in the UK are they literally are reading groups that are completely divorced from the realities of the working class. If you give a shit about the working class, you need to be talking about advice and guidance in the NHS and how it's killing people, right? You need to be talking about waiting lists. You need to be talking about fucking trans misogyny. You need to be talking about how immigrants aren't bad, and how they actually enrich us and they're our allies as other members of the working class. But instead they're focusing, like, literally communists in the UK, when they're not arguing about what books they want to write, are literally writing books about how trans women aren't women, because materialism means that you can't change biology. Okay, you can't change biology. Everyone dies of cancer. We die of cancer. Chemo literally changes your DNA and destroys, like, cancer cells the most, right? Because, like, some science reason I can't remember, like, it changes you biologically, which is why I am perimenopausal from the chemo I did 2 years ago. But we can't do that. Can't do that now under that view. Like, you just fucking hate people. You don't understand Marxism, because you're, like, spending ages talking about, like, epistemology or some bollocks. You don't come from a place where you're, like, a disability activist and you give a shit about X, Y, Z. A black rights activist and you care about X, Y, Z. A queer activist, you care about X, Y, Z, right? it's like a debate. It's a discussion for you. It's not your fucking reality. And they don't go to people and they don't meet with people and they don't discuss with them. They don't find out. Or they infiltrate protests as well. But anyway, trans men sometimes develop prostate tissue on HRT. Wow, that's fascinating. And as we know, our trans sisters have cycles with hormones frequently as well. And have the ups and downs and trials and tribulations of just everything aside from the bleeding of having periods. You can't change biology. Sure, the technology we have right now is crude. Yeah, give it a few centuries. Exactly. It's doing a nature is good moral argument. That's why I brought up the cancer thing, because it's like, that's fucking stupid and anti-scientific and therefore anti-Marxist. Like, we treat no diseases by that mentality. I'm not saying, to be clear, transness is not a disease. I'm just saying they're using this, like, the natural world's great, like, thought terminating cliche. We never treat anybody then with any conditions. The point being, like, biological essentialism is bullshit. I'm looking into the legality of discriminating on the allocation of housing property for green councils. Okay. Hey, I'm glad you're trying something, Morton. We saw that it depends. If people have to go, they're made homeless and they have to go into accommodation, trans people are going to be put in their sex assigned at birth. So it's going to put councils under a lot of pressure. You don't want a council to be sued by TERFs. Do what you can, but seek legal advice. We are going to look at something. It's being challenged as well, is the important thing. Let me bring something up. Hello? Okay. My dad wants me to bring in my washing in a second. I'm going to finish this section, though. It's quite late. Jesus. Been yapping for ages. Communist groups in the UK resemble what happens when religions devolve into fundamentalist sects. Absolutely. Yeah. So trans people are going to be put in danger as a matter of policy. No, they are being put in danger, tied and trans, as a matter of policy already. That's the baseline. I don't know if you were here when we were looking at the implications of the policies earlier. That's the baseline. Trans women are going to be put in, like, male-only accommodation, as an example. No worries. Happy to clarify. So, and Morton is saying he would like to find a way where that doesn't happen and trans people aren't forced into accommodation that's not suitable for them, right? Because let's face it, they're going to be subject to violent attack and assault. That was my understanding as the result of the new guidance. Yeah. So, and Morton's saying he wants to try and find ways to address that, if he can, with counsellors who do have a role in managing how homelessness is actioned. So he's being an ally, don't worry. I'll have things in the autumn conference. Join and vote. I might. There are a couple of pretty important things. Let me think about it. I'm so much more left-wing than the Greens, though. But it is democratic. Let me think about it. Okay? The majority of open oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. Many TERFs are openly racist. Posey Parker, a founder of Women's Place UK, which is supported by Morningstar, has called for the sterilization of trans women and associates with white supremacists. She's a fucking Nazi. Greens in general need to... I mean, look, I'm a socialist. They're not socialist. Do I still want them to do well? Yes. Let me think about it. Several prominent TERFs write for the far-right magazine Spiked, which was launched by former members of a dogmatic Trotskyist sect, the RCP, and is known for promoting the views of scientific racist Charles Murray. These include Julie Birchill. Boo! I'm not even going to say what Charlie Birchill called trans women. And, yeah, talked about the suicide of Lucy Meadows, who was a trans teacher hounded by the press. She committed suicide. She was murdered. The LGBT Alliance has been endorsed by Katie Hopkins, who once tweeted, "Racial profiling is a good thing. Call me racist, I don't care. Islamophobic racism is Birchall's forte." She refers to dozy broads who gravitate to Islam for kinky reasons after watching one too many Turkish Delight ads. I feel like I just got punched in the face by the absolute holy racism. What the fuck? The dregs are drawn to Islam. Oh my god, I knew she was bad, man. I have perished. Like, girl, what? The only thing the press learned, is if you harass a trans woman in the press, she will die. Then we have to fucking support trans people more vocally, right? Because that's not acceptable. That's not fucking acceptable. We're going to look at some of the ways that people can support after this. There's the good law project and stuff, but it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. That's fucking ridiculous. The world has been enthralled to the Arab oil lobby for decades. Yo, that's just anti-Semitism rebranded. That's literally like some fucking Elders of Zion protocol where you don't argue at like capitalism and imperialism. You argue about the Arabs, which was the Jews in the 19th and 20th century. And the conclusion of that was the fucking Holocaust. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It is, I mean, of course it's stupid. They're not tired and trans, like, making up shite for the fucking Muslimic Reagan type people just kind of works. You just go off vibes. Like, we watched the right way. I was on DJ Mule, great streamer. If we could get a shout out for DJ Mule, I'd appreciate that. I'm often in his chat. Like, we watched the fucking right-wing conference or fucking festival, whatever you want to call it. Shittest music ever. Straight Pride, by the way, looks shit. I'm glad I'm gay. I would 1,000 times choose being queer. If someone was like, here's a button, I'd be like, the gay button. The gay button. Don't you dare hit me with that straight button. It looks shit and depressing. Was like, thank you. Like, we saw it. Like, it's just like they were like, 70% of rapes are done by immigrants. That's just that's literally a lie. And you can Google it. Like, you can check statistics. It's like, that's just a complete lie. But who cares? They'll be like, they're already a priori racist. They're like, yes, give me more made up statistics. It's almost Trumpian. It is actually, isn't it? But you know who it's more like? Famous feminist Boris Johnson, who once, can anybody remember the fucking horrific, misogynistic and Islamophobic thing he said about women that wear the niqab? He said they look like letterboxes. Wow. What a country of tolerance and inclusion we live in, you know? And then out his next breath called gay men bum boys. Okay. Thank you, my love. A group of Irish feminists wrote a scathing letter to TERFs planning a speaking tour in Dublin. Do you have any... Yeah, I saw this. Do you have any kind of concept of what a feminism in a country shaped by a struggle against empire looks like? We've had enough of colonialism in Ireland without needing more of it from you. I remember looking at this. They told the Americans with their money to fuck off. And the Brits, get your fucking Brits out. Fuck right off. And they used... See, this, by the way, we talk about the Irish history. This is a fucking W from learning about the fucking oppression of Irish women by Britain and by our own fucking men and our own society and women, right? The society on mass, because it was a very conservative society in Britain, right? Learning from that struggle and fucking cascading it down to the people around you. Free fucking Palestine, free trans people, go fuck yourself. That needs to be the Irish fucking way. Now and forever. Anything else, you're fucking forgotten. Like, I just need to show you the pictures of when half of our population was murdered by Britain. Because the whole point is it will happen to you, it will happen to you, it will happen to you. This is who they fucking want now, and it will happen to you. And as the common trope that's coming up here is white feminism is being so subsumed in Britain. I never linked it, and I'm glad we read this. I never linked it because Britain is obviously the seat of the historical empire, America being the contemporary empire. But like that is the problem, right? It's concepts of what womanness and the resistance of what women's rights have been crafted by the context of like women who fought for women's rights in this country being literally imperialists. We spoke about this on the March 8th Women's Day. I want to say it's Sylvia Pankhurst is a piece of shit. And Emmeline Pankhurst, her daughter, was like, you are a fucking imperialist. Fuck you. I'm going to Ethiopia. Free fucking Ireland. Free Ethiopia. And she like lived in Ethiopia for the rest of her life and was like working with like working class women in Ireland and the global south. And it's like, that, be her. Whereas the other one was like, no, we need to like be feminists so that our men can fight in a war and we win imperialism. Here are your two choices. Feminism, right? And be the fucking based one who like got like literally got like a funeral where she was honored in Ethiopia because she was an important ally and so like extended solidarity. You know, which bitch do you want to be? Right. As Sylvia McShane puts it, scratch a misogynist and find an imperialist endorsing white supremacist. It is worth repeating Heron Greensmith's point that transphobia will have the deepest impact on those living at the intersections of multiple identities. Trans women, people with disabilities, low-income trans people, and transgender women of colour, especially Black, Indigenous, and Latinx trans women. And therein lies the TERFs movement's true racism. TERFs increasingly lean on fascistic style therapies. Oh, Kathleen Stock, who's a lesbian feminist who wrote a terrible book, described as brilliant in an article promoting an idea of a transgender lobby. Oh my God, that is financed by George Soros and other Jewish investors. The TERF Jennifer Billet published an article in The Federalist, which runs through a list of rich Jews, trans and gay people that talks about institutionalizing trans ideology. Women's Place also advances the Soros funding conspiracy. This, by the way, is like, yeah, they're like, the Jews are making you trans. Like, that's how their fucking anti-Semitic bullshit, like, works. You know? Too bad on the Latinx nonsense? What do you mean? It's beyond my understanding of the context, to be honest. The Washington Times recently ran an anti-trans piece targeting the LGBT movement with a racist illustration depicting Soros with exaggerated Jewish features. The article was shared by British TERF. Object women, not sex objects. Why the fuck don't you extend that to fucking trans women who are literally represent some of the highest rates of fucking sex work because of objectification? Why do you build walls? Why do you... Morningstar. Oh yeah, so these are communists. There's a socialist... Wait, what? The Socialist Motherland Party of the British Isles. I don't think I like them. Should we find out a bit more about them? Is that Nazi? That's Nazi, isn't it? Socialist Motherland Party of the British Isles. $50 subscribers. Political fucking UK Independence Day. Attacked by Antifa fascists. That's a fascist. That's a fascist. What the hell is... Oh. And that's, by the way, why... So for those who don't know, my mum's Norwegian, and for a while I'd love a combination of like Celtic and Norse lore kind of put together into a tattoo. That right there is why I cannot have any Norse tattoos. Nazis. UK independence from reason and a grip on fucking reality. TERF perspectives. Okay, hold on. This is really interesting. I want to finish on this section. This is really good. Guys, again, the reading is here. If you want to read more, I have to just bring it in. The sun is starting to set, and I have to bring in my washing that was being hung up to dry. There is also links in the Discord as well. And then we're going to finish off this section after when I come back. We're going to look at ways we can do to resist it, and then end with a documentary, because it's Documentary Saturday, where we watch a documentary. That's what we do on Documentary Saturday. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, does it? I popped out for a few hours. It's really hot, mate. It's really hot. TERFs are not just anti-TNI, they're also implicitly anti, and very often explicitly, anti-LGB and anti-women's reproductive rights. TERFs are increasingly willing to ally with powerful far-right and neoconservative think tanks, foundations, and media outlets committed to reversing abortion rights and marriage equality. During the 2018 Irish referendum on abortion, some British TERFs withheld support for campaigners who supported women's right to choose, citing the trans-supported attitude of Irish feminism. A lack of access to abortions kills women. Anti-intersex. Imagine hating trans women so much you want women to die. TERF group Wolf undertook a contract. Contracted doesn't work. That's grammatically poor. With Imperial Independent Media, at the time run by Zachary Freeman, who had served as a lawsuit defendant supporting the leaking of abortion clinic employee names to the Center for Medical Progress, known for circulating heavily doctored videos purporting to show Planned Parenthood profiting from the sale of fetal tissues. That sentence was one of the most poorly written sentences I've ever read, though, I have to say. Great. Like, you're fucking, like, literally allying with anti-scientific, like, fucking wankers. Kaylee Trivhaver, posh. Yo, where's my Brits? Double barrel. Oh, it's my home in the Cotswolds. Double barrel. Co-founder of yet another turf group. Hands across the aisle. Is an anti-abortion conservative who has reportedly admitted to raping a teenage boy. Oh my fucking god. Why isn't that bitch in jail? As Carrie Marshall writes, holy shit. The methods used to attack trans women, to attack LGBT equality and inclusive education, and to attack women's reproductive rights are almost identical because they come from the same people. Science denial and the creation and proclamation of pseudoscience, dark money, the creation of fake grassroots groups, and the influencing of real ones, and alliances with the far right. Absolutely. Nothing is as posh as this Tory journalist's name. Sophia Coots. Sophia Money Coots. Give me some of it, Sophie. Share the wealth that you probably stole from, like, your family stole from slaves or something. TERFs are also often directly anti-LGB, despite presenting themselves as protectors of the original LGB banner. There was, like, literally no LGB banner that hasn't had trans inclusion. It is a total... This is why I'm telling you, like, it's for the media, and it's why I brought up earlier the whole thing about fucking actual queer communities being like, no, we love trans people. Whether it materializes in proper spaces is another conversation, and we just need to improve that in the UK. But I mean, like, there is not a mass movement in the LGBT, like, Q world of people in Britain who are like, I hate trans people. It, like, is very much a complete figment that has been inserted in and seeks to speak for. During the 2008 Pride Festival in London, I was there. Anti-trans stewards police entrances and those barred from female toilets included a cisgender butch lesbian, and one trans woman who was forced to use a male toilet was sexually assaulted. Great. And that's what they want en masse. The rainbow flag always included trans people, and the progress flag includes other marginalized communities. Exactly. It's almost like some fucking queen with a brick who was a trans icon is kind of famed for, like, starting the movement in America, at least. Some original cis-first LGBT to recognize that Stonewall is... Oh, bluish. Stonewall is what happens when you lose your radical politics and consume, like, pink pound liberation above everything else. Then you're nothing. You use your, like, obviously trans women were, like, dying on massive HIV and AIDS from HIV in the UK, but then they sort of polished and tried to sheen the look of Stonewall. Stonewall started as a cool protest movement and became corporate fucking sellouts, and very much had a problem with trans liberation as well, like Bluish is saying. In 2014, TERFs derailed a pro-lesbian London Dyke march by protesting against one trans lesbian speaker. Birchill has managed to squash biphobia. Oh my god, guys. Okay. Who the fuck is listening to this dumb idiot? It is just prejudice adjectives smashed together to squash biphobia, Islamophobia, and ableism into a single harebrained Facebook post. Quote, bisexuals aren't persecuted because they can switch. What? The Islamo-fascists, so dog whistle, much. Middle East proves this. Bisexual means greedy, twice the fun. I have as much sympathy for them as I do bulimics in a world of starvation. Bulimia has the highest rate of completed suicide in any and other eating disorders. It has the highest rates of completed suicide in young girls. What a good feminist this person is. What a good feminist this person is. Did Judy Birchill write Sugar Rush? If she did, I disavow, and I'm like not. Oh no! Birchill is a novelist, and her novel Sugar Rush was adapted for television. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, she did. Janice Turner, a white cis straight woman, succeeded in getting the NSPCC to remove Monroe Bergdorf, a longtime advocate of LGBT rights and critic of institutional racism, as a childline ambassador by falsely accusing her of being a porn model, an old anti-LGBT tactic drawing on tropes that present sexual minorities, especially gay men, as corrupters of children. The recent campaign to pressure Girl Guiding to rescind its trans-inclusive policy is reminiscent of homophobic scaremongering about the seduction of the young. British transphobia draws on a firm legacy of right-wing backlash against the queer liberation movement. At each stage of the fight for gay rights, the British political and media establishment became saturated with arguments that used the notion of a conflict of rights in which gay people were always expected to give way to the majority. These included the rights of children. In 1998, the Conservative peer Baroness Young referred to gay rights as paedophiles' charter. And in 1994, the Tory MP said that gay campaigners were seeking to legalise the buggery of adolescent males and that he wanted to protect young boys. Nobody mentions sex with children, so if you're bringing that up, probably fucking pedo, aren't you, mate? Fucking Epstein class piece of shit. Never a drag queen, always these cunts. Never a drag queen, always these fucking cunts. Okay, I'm going to read all of this. This is a great piece of reading. We're going to work out what we can do, what ways we can help. I'm going to give you 3 things. I am going to pee, grab my washing, come back. I'll be 2 minutes. Okay. What is this? Amazing hair. Oh my god, bisexual septum piercing. Hold on.
Can men with long hair please stop wearing buns? I always think it's gonna be a really hot mass lesbian and then they turn around and it's a man.
Thank you, bisexuals. Bisexuals who fuck with masked lesbians. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Sorry, love.
So stupid. I love it. I'll be like 2 minutes.
catch a flight. Can I take you to the airport? Make out under the bathroom lights. Put your lips on my lips. I'll remember your kiss on the nights when I miss you. Something I can't forget when I'm restless in bed. Yeah, you got me obsessed. Oh, don't you leave me this way. Won't you wait another hour or two? You know I need you to stay. Don't make me beg for you, 'cause I'll beg for you. You're like an ocean breeze, coming and going just as you please. Separated by a degree, hesitating to lose yourself out right away.
Sort of a gay hero.
Put your lips on my lips. I remember your kiss on the nights when I miss you, love. Something I can't forget when I'm restless in bed. Yeah, you got me obsessed, love. Oh, don't you leave me this way. Won't you wait another hour or two? You know I need you to stay. Don't make me beg for you, 'cause I'll beg for you. My heart is aching, I breathe, you take it. Oh baby, just what it takes. Don't you leave me this way. Don't make me beg for you. Don't leave me this way. This way, this way. Don't leave me this way. This way, this way. Don't leave me this way. This way, this way. Don't leave me this way. This way, this way. Don't you leave me. Don't you leave me. Yeah. 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 Alexa, she was cool, kinda shy then. And she picked me up that night, we got high then. Never even made it out the right way. She said that she's not the status someday. Swear never fall again. She seems like she's more than a friend. Swear never fall again. But now she's sleeping in my bed. Hope she's here to say some things. I'll say, won't you come back?
Loving how she makes every day feel so fast. Worries melt away when she smiles like that. She got me hooked, I think I should walk away before she leaves me lonely with a heartache. Our fires electric bars, we walk down by the ocean side. Get lost in the haze of eyes, we never want the sun to rise. Never even made it back to my place. She said that she's down to stay though, yeah.
Won't you come back?
It is a longer stream. This mix is so sick. I put cream on milk like a crazy person. Oh. Right. So, let's take a look at this. Force the government to rip up the EHRC's transphobic guidance. So, this is something you can fill out yourself if you want. But this is a group attempting to challenge everything that we've spoken about today. It's been a year since the Supreme Court decision that accelerated the rollback of trans rights in the UK. It's been a difficult year, but it's also been a year of coming together and fighting back. And it's working. Our people power just forced the government to admit that the EHRC's transphobic draft guidance got it wrong, and they've set it back to the drawing board. But the fight is far from over. Government plans to bring an updated version in May. Oh. Will this still work? We need to flood MPs' inboxes so they can put pressure. Right. Yes, this is actually important now. We need to make sure that this new draft is workable, inclusive and fair. It's abso-fucking-lutely not. Just so people understand. I had to leave and come back because I frowned on the plasma siphon. Eh? Sorry. What? I even squirt cream on iced coffee. I have cream in my coffee every morning. This is why I'm strong, but I also have a belly, you know? Thank you. Blue, thank you so much. For anyone in London or who's able to travel, 24th of June. I'll see if anyone I know is going down. I donated plasma and got sick. You donated plasma, thanks. You're keeping people like me alive. You felt a little unwell when you did it. It'll recover, don't worry. Guidance, hold on. Sorry, it's weird. Okay. Formatting strange. New guidance released by the government and EHRC is a mess with the same exclusionary approach to trans people's everyday lives. They've made some concessions around trans-inclusive associations and now suggest a don't ask, don't tell approach to toilets unless anyone complains. We're all tired, but this isn't good enough and we deserve better for our anti-discrimination laws. Join us for our mass lobby for trans equality. Yeah, so the don't ask, don't tell, that won't be used. Fascists will use it to harass people. It might be too zoomed in. Okay. Join us for our mass lobby for trans equality at 4 p.m. on the 24th of June. Sorry, I'm just seeing when that is. That's a Sunday. Okay, cool. Courts and tribunals are reaching a range of contradictory decisions about the rights of trans people after last year's Women's Scotland judgment. But one thing is clear, the legal framework just doesn't work anymore. Will you join us in pressing our politicians for better? A mass lobby is when lots of people ask to meet their MP around the same time in Parliament around the same issue. Our record-breaking lobby against the EHRC guidance last year helped them stop slipping through the bathroom bill quietly. It's time to break the record again and make sure the harm being done to all of us with this policy is impossible to ignore. We all deserve better from the law and it needs to change. We will give you briefing materials. There's a tiny, I'm managing your expectations. There is a small chance I could go to this with Othello and stream from it. It is going to be contingent on some blood results. I can't travel. If certain numbers of my cells are not returning. If they are, I still need to be careful, but I won't. My body has a defense. If they're not, my body has like no defense apart from plasma to stuff. So if I got sick, it would hit me very hard. It won't be immune system safe. But it's a possibility I could make it down, you know. We'll give you briefing materials, guidance, and a friendly face to support you on the day. And together, we will push for a better future. Cool. Trans Solidarity Alliance. I think I'm signed up to this. They have a mailing list. They have a mailing list for anybody who's interested. Thank you for this. So there's that. The Good Law Project. I'm going to fill this out right now. Keep me informed via email. Right. I'm obviously not doing that in front of you guys just because it's got my name in it. Cool. So thank you for joining us and emailing your MP. Do that. And a organization who provide services and resources that you can support are called Transactual, and they have a shop. I've bought some shirts from them, and I recommend you can buy like solidarity stuff. And I think it's important to wear trans affirming stuff in spaces at the moment. I want people who are trans to know I'm safe. I don't want transphobes to know I think they're cunts. But like, yeah, do you understand what I mean? Like, I think it's quite important to salute for the flag, motherfucker, you know? And then the P and Peace program distributes accessible key toys to people who experience or fearful of hostilities in public facilities and work environments. As an organisation, we are firmly in position to the UK government development regarding trans rights, and we believe that they're in contravention to European human rights law. We're acutely aware that it's not just trans people who are affected by the rhetoric or stand to be unjustly targeted. So the P and Peace program is open to anyone. The key is free if you need them, but if you're donating, there could be £5 to cover costs. And we encourage those who can afford it to donate whatever they can. Free keys are limited to one person. Keys by donation are limited to 3. So I think I'm going to get one. And this month, thank you so much for the subs this month as well. Even though I've had a colossal amount of expenses because I've been getting myself plasma therapy, I have been able to get a few extra things as well. I'd like to donate and receive key. Oh, okay. I can't be bothered to fill it out right now. So there's that there. If anyone is a human being who'd like to fucking piss in peace, if you can't afford it, you just need to just say, I can't afford it, and they'll send you out a free one. Cool. Right. And if there's any other suggestions, please do share the word, folks, in chat. I'm just letting the people who came into the Discord in. We have it like set up so it's like, yeah, we have to manually check you, basically. Basically. Okay. Let's use this for a different time. Because I would like us to watch the documentary that Doggo sent over. Everybody, I wish that you can piss in peace. Thank you, Sam. I think that's also quite a useful thing to get as someone with like who's immunocompromised, basically. If ever I need a toilet in a public setting, I can see that as just being better than being surrounded by people in case anyone's sick or whatever. Hold on, I'm just bringing up what Doggo sent me. Here we go. Okay. I do want to clarify this. The term ladyboy is a direct translation of, like, basically the word trans woman, but in Thai. Like, ladyboy is 100% affirming and is a self-group, like, label. It's just unfortunately, like, obviously people in the West use it as like the butt of jokes, you know, which is why I think a lot of people has negative connotations around it. But yeah, it is a direct translation of a Thai word that is like celebratory. Okay, so being a ladyboy trans woman in Thailand. It's definitely only if that person applies the word to themselves word. Yes. It's also about context, you know, if someone was like, lol, lady boys, like as a joke, it's like you're clearly being a transphobic piece of shit. Do you know what I mean? Sawadee that's gendered language, just so you know. Anyone who's lived in Thailand, she's speaking like woman Thai.
กรุงเทพนะคะเรียนอยู่ที่มหาวิทยาลัยกรุงเทพสาขาศิลปกรรมศาสตร์ออกแบบแฟชั่นดีไซน์และสิ่งทอนะคะค่ะอาชีพเราตอนนี้เป็นฟรีแลนซ์แอคเตอร์แล้วก็มีแบรนด์เป็นของตัวเองนะคะเป็นแบรนด์จุฬาลักษณ์เป็นเสื้อผ้าเกี่ยวกับชุดเดรสลองกลาวอะไรเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็ทำเป็นเมคอัพด้วยใช่แสดงว่าทั้งหมดที่อยู่ในห้องนี้ก็เป็นแบบผลงานของเราใช่ค่ะถามไปตอนเด็กอะเรารู้ตัวได้ไงว่าเราไม่ได้อยากเป็นผู้ชายเรารู้ตัวได้ยังไง
I can't understand this. Okay. Hold on. So that she was basically saying she has her own fashion company and makeup brand. And she was when she was 3 years old, she'd steal her mum's lipstick and dresses and would hide underneath a blanket to apply makeup. But I only started to transform myself when I became older because I hadn't yet completed middle school. The transformation started when I was about 15 or 16. And that's when I started with that kind of medication. I think most Asian trans people consider that a slur today. I mean, I lived in Thailand for, 5 years ago now. And it was a self-used category by all of my trans friends. That may have changed, though. That is 5 years ago. At the time, I really didn't know much, so I would just take birth control pills, like hormone pills like Adricur and things like that. Why did you take them? Who advised you? It was believed among transgender women that when we were younger, that if we took them, then our breasts would get bigger. And we would become softer or gentler. More womanly? Yes. And was it true? At that time, they weren't very big, but they appeared. It seemed like I had breasts. I was very proud, like, I have breasts now. Did you take the pills for a long time? Yes, quite, but my mum seemed okay with my situation. So your mum was okay with it? Yes, she was. With becoming a ladyboy trans person, this was your own choice. There was no outside influence that caused you to change, no? It's not like I wanted to be one, I already was one. And suddenly I started to do makeup and I liked it. I liked wearing beautiful dresses, shoes, and having long hair. I wanted breasts, I wanted to be the gender that I wasn't. I didn't want to be transgender, I already was transgender. It's like being born wanting to be a woman, but being born with the appearance of a man instead. My childhood may have also played a factor, actually, since in my case, I never lived with my dad when I was younger. No, don't do that to yourself. Don't. People reclaim terms. No, it massively. So to just be double clear, Hammock, it is a word that. So ladyboy is the translation. I forget the actual Thai word. Is a term for like trans woman. It's equivalent. The reason why you think ladyboy is bad is because it's used by like misogynistic pieces of shit in the West. When I was in Thailand, it was made very clear to me. It may have changed though, and if it has, I'd update what I say here. Like nothing to do with like internet porn categories or anything like that, but a very important part of like Thai queerness that has like a really long history, and it would be really colonial unless it's been updated, like I say, but like to cast the horrors of the West onto like the way that she discusses her trans experience, which is uniquely as a Thai woman, because it's actually speaking to like a really long cultural history, as opposed to, and yeah, I can imagine it feels uncomfortable. It would be equivalent to saying you find the term trans women is weird, it's their word, their culture, which we have explored before. In Tonga, fafayin is the correct term. The concept translates to the Western idea of trans women. They don't use those words. They might actually be a bit offended if you use those words. It's like, if we just have transness and queerness and like gender diversity as like the universal, we know it exists everywhere. Often we're just translating between different languages and different cultures. The problem with this is the translation has been used by a misogynist, which obviously we're all aware of. And I think we just need to ensure that nobody uses it in that way, you know? But I mean, if it made people here feel really uncomfortable, I'd stop using it. But I would make the point, please also speak to Thai trans women, you know? I've heard it's toxic back there, and it's like a different gender, kind of like Hydra. I have heard competing viewpoints about whether even that term, the Indian term for third gender, is in itself offensive or not, of which it's not my place to say, you know what I mean? It's not my community, so I will just go with whether people feel like that word is affirming or not. And I suppose the point that I'm making is, as far as I am aware, the term ladyboy is an affirming self-identified category. I'm gonna say that context is everything. Absolutely, yeah. But if like the trans community here are like, can you not hot sauce? I'll happily not. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take anything from me. The gender binary is a misnomer, and gender has always been a hierarchy. Indeed. The third sex. Oh, whoa. Is this? Oh, yeah, yo. Bam, on it. Bluish is fucking. Bluish got the anti-colonial queer deets. I'll say I would never call a white person it, ever. Because it absolutely is offensive. 100% with you there. 100%. In fact, if someone called I'd ban them. If someone was like, do you know what I mean? Like, totally different context. Very clearly hateful. Very clearly transphobic. Like, unless you are Thai, no. Absolutely not, you know? Like, fuck no. I mean, I don't know if like Laotian and Vietnamese culture maybe has a similar, do you know what I mean? Like, but unless it's like that culture for that region, no. No. Straight to jail. Straight to gender jail. Anyway, it's sad that she's kind of done like a kind of Freudian analysis. I never saw my dad, so now I'm trans. Context matters. So you grew up around women only? Yes. I was always with my mom and aunts, and they were the ones who raised me, all women. It may have played a part, but it's also said that it could be hereditary, because I have an uncle who's like this. Your whole family accepted that you were like this as a child? Or was there anyone who didn't accept you? Actually, my family's quite open. They accepted me and supported me, but my father and my uncle, I was almost never born, you know. How come? You see, my father gave my mum money for an abortion. God damn. He thought that I wasn't his kid, but my mum chose not to go through with the abortion. Because she didn't think she needed my father to raise me. So she kept saying, raise yourself. And now that you're old, did you ever meet him? And does he know you're like this? Yes, I met him. And the incident making us friends was me finding him on Facebook. And my friend sent my picture to him to see whether or not I was his kid. And that was how I got in touch with my father. And I met when I was 22, 23. We met here in Krung Thep, Bangkok. And my mum came with me. But I wasn't okay with his behavior. Even though we looked alike, I didn't feel any kind of connection. If you were to ask whether I'm angry with my father, I'm not, but I feel like he shouldn't have done what he did. I don't want to say anything bad about my father, because in the end he still is my father. There was a time where I didn't want to go on living. It was like my life was, I felt this pressure from childhood friends before I started working, around the age of 13, 14, and your friends didn't accept you, and that they kind of teased me, and they'd call me a ladyboy or gay, and male friends teased me. And I was also bullied when I was younger. I lost my shoes every day, and they weren't as open back then as they are today. So you've gotten surgery? Yes. How long has it been? A year. Did you get all the surgeries at once? No, I got breast implants first, because first things you notice are the breasts. So I had to do my breasts first. And when did you do them? I've had my breast implants since I was 19. At that time, was it a big deal for you? Yes. Because at that time, I didn't have much money. And I started working when I was young. At the ages of 17 or 18, I started working. I dressed up as a woman for work and tried to make a living. Because I believe if I didn't have money, then I couldn't become pretty, and it costs money to become beautiful. At 24, I got sex reassignment surgery.
24
Yes, no,
ใช่
bluish. That shit's horrible. I know exactly what you mean, and I fucking hate it. I mean, white men's in Thailand, just automatically be suspect of them, okay? And that's just that come home, right? It was cool finding out my dad and his dad were queer. Oh my god, queer heritage, queer legacies. How much did it cost? I don't quite remember.
น่าจะ 40,000
Maybe around
ตอนนั้น
1,000 to about 1.5. See? Sorry, that's why people go to Bangkok for gender affirming care. $2,000 for gender affirming care, and they literally have like some of the best surgeons in the world because it's done so frequently there. Queeritage, exactly. It's dangerous. At first I consulted my mum, and my mum didn't approve because it is quite dangerous. I mean, it's surgery, so yes. And I could get mood swings.
อารมณ์จะเปลี่ยนแปลงง่าย เพราะ
How
ไม่
come?
แน่ใจนะมัน
I'm not sure why. It may get rid of certain hormones, which cause one to become worried and feel paranoid.
ใช่มันก็ส่งผลกระทบไหมก็ส่งผล
With the side effects, there was.
ใช่แล้วแบบว่า
It had effects on my bodies. I could get irritated and spend a lot of time thinking. How do you need to take supplements? Yes, I take hormone supplements to control my body. You still take them now? Yes, the doctor advised I continue to take them regularly.
คือมันเป็นฮอร์โมนของคนเพศหญิง
A female hormone supplement, yes. The process doesn't end after surgery or when you stop taking medicine. You have to take extra care of yourself. You have to take vitamins to give yourself more antibodies since you got rid of your body's immunity.
ไม่แข็งแรงเหมือนแต่ก่อนอะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่า
From what the fuck? Sorry, I got like very few of my own antibodies. I did not know that this was a thing. Estrogen and testosterone have immune modulatory properties that contribute to the sexual dimorphism of the immune system. Sounds like this lady was lied to. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You like it's saying here that there are impacts on B cells. B cells are the things that mature into plasma cells that produce antibodies. So there's absolutely a pathway here. For example, a person post-puberty cis females consistently produce higher IgG titers than age-mass cis males. Testosterone may contribute to less protective antibody responses. Estrogen between... I don't know how it's connected to the surgery though.
หลังจากทำเราก่อนอื่นเลยเรารู้สึกอะไร
This would be true. Absolutely. It would, yeah. I was painful and I felt I was about to die. Was it painful for a long time? Yes, it took 2 or 3 months for the pain to subside.
เพราะต้องทำความ
I need to sanitize, clean and wash it every day.
เช็ดล้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะช่วงเวลานั้นเป็น
During that time, it was a period of regrets.
แย่รู้สึก
It was terrible. I felt I shouldn't have done it. because it was so painful, yes, and I had to clean it and deal with unpleasant smells, and there was so many things involved. During that time, could you live normally? Like, were you able to go to work? I couldn't work at all. I couldn't go. After the first few months of recovery, how did you take care of yourself? I heard you have to, I apologize, vaginal dilation. Yes. It is a process and it stabilizes the wound.
แบบไม่ติดกัน
So it won't close up. Post-surgery sounds, I mean, there is a significant amount of aftercare here.
2 ครั้งอะไรเงี้ยแบบว่าก่อนอาบน้ำหรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยค่ะแต่คือไม่ได้การ
It's not masturbation
คือบางทีบางคนอาจจะคิดว่าเป็นการช่วยตัวเองใช่ไหมแต่จริงๆไม่ใช่เป็นการแบบว่าเหมือนทำให้แผล
It keeps the incision from closing and prevents your vagina from closing up.
ใช่
ต้องทำอยู่นะ
Do you have to do it continually?
จริงๆก็ทำอยู่
I do it quite often because
ตัวซอสก็ไม่
I don't, excuse me, have sex often.
เซ็กซ์บ่อยเราก็ต้อง
So I have to keep the incision from closing up.
ไม่ติดกันใช่
You still have to do this now? Sometimes.
ใช่ค่ะ
ค่ะมันเป็นเรื่อง
It's something you have to do. Yeah, I have to. For everyone else who's done surgery, yeah.
เปลี่ยนไปไหมหลังจาก
Has your life changed after, I mean, before and after the surgery?
เปลี่ยนไปไหม
ในเรื่อง
It sounds like a ton of work.
เรื่องการใช้ชีวิต
They end up looking like their mum. Interesting.
ปฏิบัติต่อเราเปลี่ยนไปไหมคะ
จริงๆเอาเรื่องคนที่ปฏิบัติกับเราก่อนจริงๆคนที่ปฏิบัติกับเราอ่ะ
I guess people have probably been really crude with her, Kitty. Do you know what I mean? And she feels she does have to clarify that.
ว่าเราผ่าหรือไม่ผ่าใช่ไหม
Remember as well, like really in Thailand, the sexualization of trans women is mad. Like most trans women are sex workers. It's fucking preposterous. So she probably, it was sort of implied that maybe she was in a kind of maybe a showgirl type work earlier. She didn't really talk about it. But she isn't now, right? She's got her own business, so I think she's wanting to draw a line under that and make it clear to people, you know. Trans women are constantly portrayed as sex objects and are used as sexual objects as well, right? Like, en masse. Well, Stella, a lot of the clientele is tourists in Thailand. A lot. They're only looking at an outer appearance, and with my lifestyle, I have to be more diligent with the vaginal dilation, right? And when it comes to dressing up, I now feel more confident. And I can wear swimsuits and pants. I feel more confident. And I feel okay that I meet more men who I feel that they respect me more. Now that I'm a complete woman.
เคยโดนเข้าใจผิดว่าเป็น
That's just how she feels about herself. Have you ever been mistaken for a woman? Yes, I have. My job involves working with people through chat apps, and to this day, no one knows. Okay, I'm wrong. There are some people who can see me in real life, but still can't tell, and some people who can tell from my voice, and some people can't. It's all different. But some of this is like clunky translation as well. I don't want to either. Tran med can fucking die mad about it. Yeah, there's not a prescriptive beginning and end. This is her journey, and that's how she feels about herself. Completely valid. As is a person who's like, no, I don't want surgery. I don't need it. Like, I am valid as, you know, without having any surgery. Or without even having HRT or whatever, right? The whole point being it's individual and needs to be respected, which is why the fucking self-ID thing is so important. Bottom surgery is super valid but expensive, yeah, and I guess the $2,000 is cheap for us, but we're not earning a Thai salary, you know? Further, because most people know conservatives being obsessed with us and porn. Mistaken was a cruel word, yeah.
ไม่ใช่นะเราเป็นผู้หญิงอะไรเงี้ยเรา เราก็เปิดเผยว่าไม่ใช่อะไรเงี้ย
I openly admit I'm not a woman.
เคยมีไหมที่เราเดทกับ
Have you ever dated someone? This is what I'm saying about the local terminology being like akin to something akin to like the fafain of being like we can't understand it or map it in the same way. I know that this is not how trans women would necessarily speak about themselves in the West. But like this notion of being like a third gender almost is something that does exist elsewhere. So I understand. It's like she's saying things where I'm like, you shouldn't say that about yourself. But that's like, who am I to say shit? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's her expectations of it. Yeah, it feels transphobic from where we're sat, and it feels like she's doing it to herself, which is like painful to see someone do that. But she is speaking like from a different place, and they might want to be seen as women as well, and they might want to continue that. But like you say, it's certainly not on us to be like, why aren't you doing that right now, this person here? You know, we can only hope and extend solidarity and love. But it's largely justified from a perspective of can't but give birth. As in but I'm not actually a woman. That's what that means. Yeah, and I guess it could be connected to the actual traditionalist view of men and women in Thailand, which is the unusual paradox, right? That whilst there's been a long history of like third gender, transgender, whatever you want to call it, sort of diversity, gender roles have been pretty fucking rigid as well, you know? Thailand has some of the best that's what I was saying earlier, like people travel from all over the world. When I lived in the trans warehouse, I saw on Reddit the other day the fucking trans. I lived in fucking Haringey warehouses, and they were fucking raided. I don't know where. I don't know how to find it, but like wild. But when I lived there, somebody's partner who was trans went to Thailand and came back. They're not being toxic. They're speaking to a different form of a different cultural reality, where like obviously even her experience as a trans woman is like very stereotypical femme. That's just her experience, and that is because there is actually quite a strong gender binary in Thailand. Now the youth, as it were, are challenging that, and Bangkok is very diverse and queer, but simultaneously like Thailand is historically like a fascistic monarchy that where the like army has shot democracy campaigners in the street. So it is a complex conundrum of many multitude of different things in Thailand, but it is simultaneously completely true that like queerness in a Thai context has been a part of Thai identity and culture and communities for fucking ages. They didn't get colonized, and they didn't get like stamped down on. That doesn't mean it's, like I said, rainbows, roses, queer liberation everywhere. What it means is people talk about things in a different way. And they can be fafain in Tonga as well as another example. The examples of people who are like two-spirit and stuff in different communities, we can't always map directly onto trans experiences from a West American or European perspective. So it's acknowledging the commonalities and the liberation of all of these groups. But she paradoxically is speaking from a place of trans, like I guess, trans women being represented and supported, but simultaneously being subject quite strictly to patriarchal conditioning even if she thinks she isn't a woman, whatever that means for her, even though we probably would call her a woman, you know. The Royal House of Thailand has been historically very conservative. It's a funny contrast to Buddhism. I mean, Hammock Buddhism has a really reactionary right-wing element. So reactionary, so right-wing to the point where it was monks who led the genocide against the Rohingya people in Burma by posting loads of hateful shit on Facebook. So, yeah. Buddhism gets a Western, like, get out of jail free card, but nah, there's been genocides in the name of Buddhism, you know?
คุยกันแล้วเขาไม่รู้แล้วพอเขารู้แล้วเขาเปลี่ยนไป
Did he change his name once he found out? There was
มั
one
นมีเหตุ
incident.
การณ์หนึ่งตอนก็คือแบบว่าเป็นแชทติ้งเดท
We've
ธรรม
met
ดา
through a
เนี่ย
chat
ค่ะ
app.
ก็นัดเจอกันดูหนัง
On
อะ
our
ไร
first
เงี้ย
date,
ก็
he
คือครั้
couldn't
งแรก
tell.
ก็ยังไม่รู้แต่ว่า
But I started to get uncomfortable
เหมือนเรา
ที่เขาไม่รู้
ใช่
because
เหมื
he
อนเราเริ่ม
didn't
แบบที่
know.
เขาไม่รู้แล้วเรารู้สึกไม่สบายใจว่า
I felt uneasy and I felt like I was lying.
เราก็เลยตัดสินใจ
So I
บอก
decided to tell
แต่ว่า
him.
เขาก็เหมือนแบบพอ
Once
เขา
he
รู้แล้ว
found
ใช่ไหม
out,
ก็เหมือนเขา
he started to become
เหมือ
more
นเฟสออก
distant.
ไปอ่ะเหมือนรับไม่ได้อะไรอย่าง
And
เงี้ย
it seemed like he couldn't accept
เรา
it.
เราตอนนั้นรู้สึก
And
แบ
at
บ
the time, I felt I should have told him
น่าจะ
from
บ
the
อกตั้ง
very
แต่แรกอะไร
beginning.
เงี้ยเพราะว่าเราเป็นคนไม่ปิดบังอยู่
You're
แล้ว
putting that
ถ้า
on
บอก
you.
ตั้งแต่
She
แรก
is putting a lot on herself, which is kind of sad. She's putting a lot of like the experiences of discrimination on like her sort of personality, and it's like, no, Queen. Like, yes, there has to be a point where you maybe explain if you want to get close to someone, but like, she just blamed herself. Well, like, what, are you going to say it like straight away? Like, you don't have to. You surely, like, people kill fucking trans people, even in Thailand, right? You know, it's not en masse like it is in America and stuff, but like, yeah, she seems to like be very willing to turn it as a problem of her rather than a problem of the world around her, which is sad. If I told him the
มัน
date
ก็อาจจะไม่
might
เกิด
have
ขึ้นแล้วเรา
happened,
มัน
and
ทำให้เรา
I would have
ไม่
been
เสียใจ
sad.
คือตอนนั้น
Oh,
เสีย
wouldn't
ใจ
have been sad.
ก็
You
รู้สึก
felt
เสียใจ
sad.
ว่าไม่น่า
I
บอก
regret having
แต่
told
ว่าถ้า
him.
เรา
But if I kept the lie, it wouldn't have turned out well
ไม่
either.
ไม่ได้มีอะไรที่
Nothing good would ever come
ประสา
from
ท
it.
สำคัญที่สุดที่
What is the biggest
ในฐานะ
challenge you had to
ที่เป็น
overcome
ที่
as
คุณ
a
ต้องก้าวผ่าน
transgender
มา
woman
ตั้งแต่ตอนเด็ก
since you were a child?
การเหยียด
Discrimination.
ตอนเด็กๆอะเคยมี
As
การ
a
เหยีย
kid,
ด
there's some bullying
จะเป็นเพื่อนหรือว่าเป็นรุ่น
from
พี่
friends
อย่า
and
งเงี้ยค่ะ
from
แบบ
older
ล้อ
kids
กระเทยตุ๊ด
calling me
อะไร
ladyboy and
แต่เรา
such.
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกโกรธ
And
นะ
I
เพราะ
didn't
ว่า
feel angry
ตอนนั้นเราก็
because
ค่อน
in
ข้าง
some
ที่จะ
way
เข้า
I
ใจ
understood
แล้ว
that
ว่า
if I'm like
ถ้า
this,
เราเป็นแบบเนี้ยเราก็ต้องทำ
I had
ตัว
to
เองให้
be
ดี
a good
อย่าให้
person
เขามา
so others can't look down on me.
ในมุมมองของต่างชาติอะเขาจะชอบ
Foreigners tend to view
คิดว่า
transgender
สาวประเภ
women
ทสองเนี่ย
as
คือผู้หญิงขายตัว
prostitutes
บาง
sometimes,
ที
sex
นะ
workers,
อ
yeah.
ย่างเช่นแบบลองไป Google
And if you
ดู
look it up
เขา
on
จะเขียนว่า
Google,
ladyboys
all the
เท่ากับ
results are basically saying that ladyboys are
เรา
prostitutes.
มีมุมมองไงกับ
What are
เรื่
your
องนี้คิดว่า
thoughts
ทำไม
on
เขาถึง
this?
มองแบบเนี้ย
Why do you
ปัจ
think
จุ
they
บัน
think
มัน
like this?
เอาจริงๆ
Presently,
แล้ว
to
อะ
be
ประเทศ
honest,
เรา
our country,
ขอโทษนะคะขึ้นชื่อ
I'm
เรื่อง
sorry
นี้
to say,
มาก
but it's famous
ไม่
for
ว่า
sex work.
lady boy หรือ
Both the ladyboys and women are. This is
หมายถึงว่า
absolutely
ที่เป็น
factual.
ใช่
You mean those who
แล้วก็
are
เหมือน
sex
ภาพลักษณ์
workers?
ของเรา
Our
มัน
country's
กลายเป็น
image
แบบ
has
นั้นไป
changed
แล้ว
as
อะไรเงี้ย
such.
เขาก็เลยอาจจะมอง
So
ว่า
maybe they might just
everyone
assume,
หรือ
and
เปล่า
maybe everybody
ผู้หญิง
is
ไทยเข้า
one,
ถึง
and
ง่าย
that Thai
ก
women
ระ
are
เทยไทยเข้าถึง
easy, and
ง่าย
Thai
อะไรเงี้ยเขาก็
transgender
เลยอาจ
women
จะ
are
มอง
easy,
ว่า
and they might think it's
มันอาจจะเป็น
everybody.
ทุกคนอะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วมันไม่ใช่
But that just
ขอ
isn't
ให้มอง
true.
คนที่แบบ
I
ว่า
want them to look
มอง
at
จากข้างใน
people
ก่อน
from
นะ
the
แล้วค่อย
inside
มอง
first,
จาก
and then
การ
judge
กระ
them
ทำ
based
หรือ
on
ว่า
their
อะไรเงี้ยค่ะ
actions.
เพราะว่าไม่ใช่ไม่เหมาร
Okay,
วมว่าคุณน่ะเป็น
I just want to add to this. Like, there's nothing inherent about Thai women that mean that there has to be such a large sex tourist industry. It's fucking white men. It's sex tourism. And there's money in it, and women get like not necessarily trapped, but women stay in a bit. It becomes work, right? It becomes work at the end of the day. So if there's a problem with it, the problem is with the white men, to put it really bluntly, who fly to Thailand, like she said, to be like, oh, I'm gonna have an easy woman to sleep with, who exoticize, orientalize Thai women astronomically. White European men, I mean Americans as well. Let's be clear, Americans as well. White Euros, white American and Canadian, definitely. Did you ever play Cyberpunk? I did. I love Cyberpunk. You can't stereotype people.
ซอสอยากให้เขามอง
And I want
ว่า
them to view us as people.
เราก็คือคนเหมือนกัน เพราะว่ามันไม่ได้เป็นอย่าง
Because
นี้
not
ทุก
everyone's
คน
like this.
ใช่
Okay. ใช่ค่ะ I'm so bitter. Leaving Thailand's like the biggest mistake of my life. I got disabled like 3 months after I came back from Thailand, so meh. Oh my god. Sorry, I've just seen this. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Bro, if Ebola happens, like we all die. I mean it is happening. People are dying. It needs to be contained and those people need to be helped. Right. Men buy wives from Thailand. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. Okay. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope my ramblings made sense. I'm gonna keep abreast and boobies. I'm gonna follow up on this ruling. See whether it's challenged successfully or not. If there's a possibility for me to go down to the protest in London, I will, but it's probably not very likely. I have to be there in spirit. Okay, let's see who's on. Let's see who's on. I'm just seeing who's on. James is on. Radis is on. Leona Learns is on. Let's go into our friend. Let's go into our friend, everyone. And is playing Subnautica. Let's do it. I'll be back tomorrow for some gaming. I'll work out what games we will play at a later date. Thanks for hanging. Gay, gay, gay. Trans rights now, gay. This is your raid message. Gay, gay, gay. Trans rights now, gay. Hold on. Lol. Lesbian C. Right, gang. Have loads of fun with Leona. I'll be lurking, but I need to go like brush my teeth and sort my life out. Take your meds, drink your water, call your mum. She misses you. Unless we hate her, then call the person that is important to you. Tell them you love them, and I will see you tomorrow.